Oh, hello. Finally, I took the mute off. How's everyone going? Uh, I think I'm about to play a bit more of Discworld Noir, and hopefully I'll just put some music on and I'll get the game going, and then I'll show the spreadsheet. How about that? Okay. So I think my camera's focusing on my bookshelf and not on me. Hey, okay, it's a bit better. All right, that seems good. That seems good. I'll just turn that down for a bit so I can show this presentation I've got. So I've got a so I was so there's a little bit of story to this game, and we already had 2 streams. So I wanted to make sure that we were all up to date, because there's a few bits and pieces that you need to be aware of. Because it is a detective game, but it's very heavily like story driven. Like it's more finding the clues and then getting a bit more story. So let's start this presentation, and then we'll get to the game. Oh, that's just Discord. Doing a little bit of a demo in the background. Ah, hello, Mac. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're just about. I'm just about to explain the story to Discord Noir. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, this is Discord Noir. Hey, yeah, hi. And you play a Detective Luton. You used to work for the Watch, but you got kicked out for taking a bribe. So you're hired by a mysterious woman called Carlotta, and she wants you to find her lover Mundy. So Mundy was last seen getting off a ship, the Milker, 3 days ago, and then he disappears. So he finds some clues in his ship bunk, and there's a storage warehouse somewhere, and they all lead you to a hotel room in the Octarine Parrot. I think I misspelled that. But unfortunately, you only see him very briefly before you yourself are knocked out and you're unconscious. When you wake up, Mundy's found dead. You're under suspicion for his murder, and just to his side is like some mysterious sets of numbers. You're not sure. What? Hello, Big D. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Oh, but the car. Yeah. Big D, big raid. Oh, definitely. Now I understand why Mac was coming in. Oh, cool. Wow. Thanks, Big D. Thank you very much for the raid. It's very appreciated. I didn't realize you were still streaming, because usually you're finished by now. Oh, I'm sorry. I would have popped in to say hello. Oh, look at all those emotes. Thanks, Big D. All right. Sorry. Let me getting all flustered. All right. Let me shout out Big D. So for everyone who just raided, and probably the 2 people who were watching before they raided, Big D is a retro streamer, but mostly a cat streamer. But he's pretty cool. So if you're not already following him, please follow him. But I believe everyone who just raided probably is following him. Also, is it my Aldo shirt? Oh. Also, Mac, it's pretty cool. MZ, have you heard of her before? Maybe give her a follow. But Big D, thank you very much for the raid. What were you playing? And yes, it's my Aldo shirt. Well, actually, I always forget to do this. I should do the big old Sonneville view. So yeah, Aldo. Okay, that's enough of that. Today was A to Z DOS. What letter did you get to today, Big D? Because there's 26 letters in the alphabet usually. Thanks, Mac. Parrot stash Aldo. Yeah, I can't unsee it now. Cannot unsee the parrot. Not many games, just games starting with car. Like Carmageddon. Hey David Alexander, how's it going? Welcome in. We were just doing I just got raided by Big D. Grey bearded gamer. How many batteries does that mug use? It's thermally powered. So 0 batteries, just the heat. And let's see if that works. Yeah. Oh, Beyond Good and Evil. Welcome in, Grey bearded gamer. How's it going? Did do Carmageddon. Oh, that's good. And Carmen San Diego. Yes, I can see those. I don't think that exists. What? So I was just going through the story of Discworld. So I only just got through like a page or two, so maybe I'll just go back to the start, just for everyone to catch up. So I've been playing Discworld Noir for the last couple of streams, and it's a longish game. And there's a few puzzles, but most of it is just sort of there's a lot of story and a lot of dialogue. So I thought I'd keep everyone up to date. So this is Discworld Noir. The story so far. Oh, where in the world? Yeah, okay. Maybe there's a Carmen San Diego platformer. So you're Detective Luton, and you're hired by a mysterious woman called Carlotta to help her find her lover that's gone missing, Mundy. And Luton himself, he's a disgraced watch officer who got fired for taking a bribe. So in the Mundy case, he was last seen getting off a ship called the Milker 3 days ago. And there are clues in his ship bunk, and there's more clues in a storage warehouse, and they all lead you to a room in the Octarine Parrot where he's been hiding out. Unfortunately, you only see Mundy for like a few seconds before you're knocked unconscious, and when you wake up, Mundy is found dead like next to your body, and you're under suspicion for his death. And next to his body is a mysterious set of numbers, which takes you a while to figure out what they mean. Also, there's the Count. So Carlotta has married into a very powerful family, and her Count is, and her father-in-law, the Count, he's very old and he's a bit sick, but he's paying you to work on the side for extra information on the case because he thinks the case is about finding his dwarf friend Reagan. But unfortunately, Reagan's carriage crashed into the Ankh River, so he's dead. He may have been picking up Mundy from the ship. So, yeah, who knows what's going on. Also, 2 other passengers on the ship with Mundy were Ilsa and 2 Conkers. So it turns out Ilsa is an old flame of Luton's. But twist, she's married to 2 Conkers. Too long didn't read, everyone is dead. Whoops. 2 Conkers is from the counterweight continent and has an assassin after him. Hello, Highberry. Welcome in. How's it going? Let me give you a good old shout out. So there's an assassin after him, so you find him a safe place, which happens to be with Leonardo DiQuem. Is this a Conkers who had a bad fur day? Close. I think this is 2 Conkers too bad for 2 day. Yeah, 2 Conkers 2 day. You're welcome, Highbury. And there's more players. There's the criminal underworld. So there's a large crime figure, Hurst, and he's got a right hand dwarf man called Alkali. So there's a bit of confusion because he thinks you've been hired to find a lost artifact, and they want in. But you manage to distract them with a Lara Croft simulacrum. I don't know why I put that word in. Laredo Kronk. No, not even finally yet. There's the Watch, the police force in Morkborg. There's been a whole bunch of murders going on in the last 3 days. And you're under suspicion for a few of them. But fortunately, a friendly gargoyle has been your alibi so far. Almost there. So there's also another troll called Malachite, and he's been asking you to find his friend Therma. So there's a bit of misdirection. So there's another troll, Sapphire. She directs you to a grave, which is got a different troll in it. So Malachite's unconvinced, and he wants you to keep looking. Turns out Sapphire was paid off. She finally arranges a meeting with Therma, but at the end of the meeting, Malachite is dead, and you're to blame for his murder again. All right, we're almost there. Couple more slides. Also, Mac, thank you for the hydrate. So it turns out Mundy was not Carlotta's lover. He was delivering an expensive golden sword, but died before he could deliver it. So Carlotta seduces Luton, or the other way around, and convinces him to find it. So the mysterious number that was next to Mundy's body was actually an index number in an archaeologist storage room, which we find. And we bypass the serious traps and get it. However, when you leave the building, you get a feeling that someone is on your tail. You're chased and then killed. But at the twist, you awake from your grave a werewolf. So somehow, somewhere, something's happened to you. Because normally you don't die and turn into a werewolf, but in this case you do. And you're greeted by Gaspode, the Wonder Dog, who explains some of your new abilities. So, what will happen next in Act 3? Not sure. Well, I know a little bit because I played it ages ago, and I think I read the plot synopsis before playing the game. But you know, some of it will be a surprise. Alright. So, was that helpful? Not helpful? Couldn't be bothered? That's cool. Let me get this all sorted. Sorry, I've been neglecting chat. I think everyone is saying hello to everybody. Let me just snooze this Windows update. So Mac just got some curry and now chilling. I'm jealous. I had some curry for dinner last night. Alright, so resume game. Tell us about the curry. Yes, more details, please. How do you normally have curries? Is this your first curry? So we're back to the game. So this is our grave. We can we literally just tore our way out of a grave as a werewolf. So let's have a look at our tombstone.
My tombstone, Luton P.I., gone and forgotten. Not the epitaph I'd hoped for.
If the audio is a bit too quiet or too loud, let me know.
I thought I could smell a woman around my tombstone.
Interesting.
My own grave. How depressing. I decided against crawling back into my grave.
Fair. Might be a tiny smidge quiet. Oh, okay. I'll just turn the music down a little bit.
My tombstone, Luton P.I., gone and forgotten. Not the epitaph I'd hoped for.
How's that? Any better? I think Welsh is just a quiet accent. Yeah, fair enough. That's good. Oh, phew.
There was a water-soaked letter by my graveside.
Let's have a look at this letter.
There's a letter at my graveside.
Yeah, no,
Who's it from?
Ilsa,
Who's Ilsa?
an old flame of mine from the good old days.
How old?
Old enough to be good.
What does it say?
It appears to be a love letter.
Dear Luton, I'm writing this letter even though I know I will never have the courage to give it to you. I have to leave Ankh-Morpork. I can't tell you why. I wish I could. These last few days have meant the world to me. But I haven't the strength to tell you to your face that I can never be yours. I am married to an Agatean man named Two Conkers, and I thought I would never see him again. He was dead to me, and my life was empty. Please believe me, I never meant to hurt you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I will always look back on the Hotel Pseudopolis fondly.
You all right?
Sure. This is just one of those big emotional scenes like in the Clickies.
I suppose a bone is out of the question. Maybe a dog biscuit? Wag, wag?
Wag, wag. So, okay, so this is the cool thing. So if I click on Luton, normally we just had a notebook and an inventory. But now we've got this funky looking dog head for turning into a wolf. So if I click on that, so now we can we've turned into a werewolf, and this is what the world looks like as a dog. Basically a whole bunch of smells. You've got like fuchsia cloud, unpleasant aqua fog, magenta with glowing dots. For sonar activate, exactly. And yeah, you can't interact. Oh, and there's a light green stench. I played a little around a bit with this before I streamed. It's a little bit fiddly.
Ah, the famous stench of the river Ankh, so beloved by the citizens of Ankh-Morpork.
So,
The scent of a woman around my grave.
which woman?
The smell of Gaspode the Wonder Dog, not unlike that of a privy carpet.
So as we explore now, we'll find all these smells around the world, and we have to link them up to something. So sometimes we'll find a smell in a room, and we won't actually know who it's linked to.
Something had passed through the cemetery and left a very strange trail. I followed the magenta scent with a certain sense of grim inevitability. I already knew where it would lead.
Oh, this is interesting. A body.
Having a chalk outline outside just didn't put people in the mood to gamble. It was probably the only time in my life I'd had an effect on high society.
So yeah, I haven't really
There
seen...
was some kind of moss on the ground where I had been killed. It obviously didn't grow here, which means it came from somewhere else. The question was where.
Indeed. Yeah, I haven't really seen many games that use a smell interface, so I always thought this was interesting.
Having a chalk outline outside just didn't put people in the mood to gamble. It was probably the only time in my life I'd had an effect on high society.
Oh, this is your body. Okay, this makes sense. So if I click on myself now, go to werewolf.
Down by the river, the smell of the Ankh was... oh, I don't know. It was pretty bad anyway. The green scent smelled like vegetation.
So that's the mouse.
The scent was too... The magenta trail led to the site of my murder. I guess it must be the murderer's trail.
So it's a little bit confusing with the smell, because sometimes...
I followed my murderer's trail back to the Temple of Small Gods.
Ah. Exactly.
I could see that someone was on the other side of the window. I was confident the silhouette belonged to Mooncalf.
Potato curry, a spinach curry, mixed vegetables as well. This is a smorgasbord. It sounds delicious.
I was
Confident belongs to Mooncalf. So there's a temple of small gods where all the gods that aren't important enough to have their own temple belong. So now I just got to figure out how to get out of here. Ah, here we go. So it's a little bit of a curse or a blessing, but unfortunately the game doesn't have much in the way of hotspots. So it's a blessing in that you know exactly what you can interact with, but it also means you can't really look at the world too much and just get the finer details and things. So let's turn into a wolf again.
The trail led to the Temple of Small Gods. Then I lost it.
So what, did
I
go
was
through
on the
window?
other side of a stained glass window with some kind of angel on it. I could see that I was...
Alright, so we can't do much yet.
I'd lost...
Alright, let's go back into human. And we're back at our gravesite. And I think we've looked at all the dots now. All the smells. Yep. So if we look in our inventory, we actually have an inventory now of smells. And so originally this would just be like a purple smell, but now we've linked it to the serial killer. So if we find this smell later on, we'll be able to link it. We'll know their name and we'll know it's them.
the aroma of a very old and slightly damp nursery rug. Eau de Gaspode. The unmistakable scent of the River Ankh. A strange scent I first found in the cemetery. The scent of a woman.
Scent of a woman. Okay. So let's have a chat to Gaspode, because I haven't talked to him yet. So Gaspode actually does appear in the Discworld books. I can't remember the first one. I think it was the movies one. I can't remember. But yeah, he speaks English.
I'm back.
Good boy.
Are you the only dog on the streets then?
No.
Tell me about the others.
The Dog Guild. Bunch of troublemakers trying to overthrow the master race.
Overthrow the master race?
Yeah, your kind. Well, your kind before some werewolf bit you.
And who do you think could have bit me?
Well, there are a few werewolves in Ankh-Morpork. Like any busy metropolis, we have our share of the ethnic minorities.
Not all of those minorities change shoes by about 14 sizes in the full moon, though.
True enough.
What does a woman smell like? That's a complicated question. I don't know if I've got enough data to answer that one. But apparently in this game...
Thanks for your...
In this game, a woman smells like purple. Going to start spraying perfume at crime scenes to throw off werewolves. Yeah, well, that seems like a legit strategy.
I'm back.
Good boy.
Checks out, yeah. So I think, let's have a look at scents.
Do you see scents as colors?
Nah, I'm just a dog.
How did you know what I was talking about?
I just had to think about what the things I could smell would look like as a colour. Wasn't too hard.
Can you go through those colors again?
Oh, all right. There was the general bright green mist of the River Ankh,
Yep.
right?
Right. And the hideously unbearable blue fog is you.
Hey, it was only unpleasant a short while ago.
You're telling me.
Then you've got a trail of purplish red with flashing dots, which is where somebody passed through the cemetery.
But we don't know who.
Right. And if you don't follow it before the smell of the Ankh drowns it out, you'll just have to wait until you find it again somewhere else and compare it.
Alright. So...
Thanks for your help, Gaspode.
I live to serve you, Master. Just a few pounds of raw steak is all I ask.
So here's the city of Ankh-Morpork. So this is where we live, Luton's office. And then there should be a police... Yeah, Pseudopolis Yard is where the watch live. The Octarine Parrot is where we found Mundy's body. The Temporal Small Gods, the cemetery is just around the back, so that's where we just were. The Mausoleum is where we found the troll body that wasn't the right one. Horst is the criminal mastermind that I think is still distracted. So let's go report our non-death to the police. Cameron! Hydrate, thank you very much. What? Sunday stream? Exactly. Let me just give you a quick shout out. So Cameron's been playing Quest for Glory 2. So if you want to see more Quest for Glory 2, give him a follow. Might encourage him to stream a bit more. Where was I going? Pseudopolis, here we go.
I called around at Pseudopolis Yard, which caused a bit of a stir. Seems news of my death had spread. I asked for Nobby, and someone told me he was out. I decided to head back to my office and take stock of the situation. When I returned to my office for the first time since my murder, a man was already there. I knew he was a man because Corporal Nobbs was the only person in Ankh-Morpork who has to carry a letter to confirm his species. He's the kind of man you get itchy from just talking to. There must be something here. Hello, Nobby.
Hello,
Luton.
Nobby.
You're alive? I was just cleaning out your desk. Yes, of everything of value. Didn't they bury you? Rumors of my death have been slightly exaggerated. Meaning? Meaning I'm not dead, I just got buried.
Yeah, don't tell me the details.
Suit yourself. Nice crowbar you're using to jimmy open my drawers.
Yeah. I sort of borrowed it from the evidence room.
That's okay. I sort of borrowed it from a cart.
Oh, I searched Reagan's body. There were 2 tiny bite marks on it.
Really? I guess it was more suspicious than you thought.
Well, I ought to go. Looks like you don't need your things collecting.
How goes the case?
The counterweight killings? Oh, still not much progress. They wouldn't let me investigate it if they thought there would be.
How many murders do you guys think there are?
3. One of the patrician's clerks, the reader of esoteric occultism up at Unseen University, and one of the city's richest merchants.
There'd be 3 more if you counted Mundy, Reagan, and Malachite.
I suppose so.
Still not convinced?
Well, Vimes isn't convinced.
Even though I've been cleared?
I have to get back to the yard.
Nobby didn't seem very comfortable around me. I didn't know if it was because of my return from the grave or because I'd caught him trying to steal everything of value that wasn't tied down. Although with Nobby, even if you tied it down, he'd steal the string. The only thing I was sure of was that my next step was to look into the counterweight killings. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what I found.
Alright, so I think this is our goal for Act 3, is to investigate these serial killings. Sorry, back to chat. Cameron, I'm stuffing around a Twitch studio trying to print my stream a little. Interesting. So you're using Twitch Studio. I haven't actually used that one. I just went straight to OBS because it seemed like that's what other people were using. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot more fiddling around with OBS just to get things like alerts going. You'd stream more, but I'm trying to find a good time that fits within everyone else's schedules. Yeah, that's the tricky bit because I don't want to. I still want to be able to watch other people stream, and I don't want to like step on each other's toes. So yeah, it's a tricky thing to figure out. Custom sounds and alerts. Have you got a theme? Have you figured out a theme yet? You're just going to get random games and sounds and things. Because I haven't settled on anything yet. Oh no, Big D is hates to raid and run, but I'm starving. Got a shower, do some stuff. Hopefully catch some stream later. No worries, Big D. I'll probably yeah. Thank you very much for the raid again. And it's completely fine that you need to run. Like I find after a stream I need to get up and stretch my legs anyway, so definitely do all those things that you want to do. But thanks for coming in, and yeah, we'll probably stream for an hour or 2 and see how we go. Stitching together random free sounds. Oh yeah, that works. Although I think most people just grab stuff from games and movies and hope the copyright police don't mind. Cool. See you, Big D. I don't face cam. I'll try OBS. Yeah. Oh no, you don't need to face cam. OBS I think is a bit more. I think it lets you do a bit more, but at the expense of being a bit more complicated to set that up. Oh, you got a copyright strike when you first followed. Oh, okay. I haven't had that yet, but I haven't played anything too... Was that like music that you had in the background or something like that? So let's have a look. Let's check out our desk.
I could hardly carry. Sapient pearwood comes from a plant so magical that it is totally impervious to all forms of magic, and so valuable that thieves have cut each other's throats to own it. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford a desk made out of it, so I made do with pine. It's a nice desk, though.
OBS uses a hell of a lot less resources. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty efficient. Just to mute for playing Conan the Barbarian movie music. That's weird because I've definitely heard people do like snippets of movies and things. A lot of people, you could just try playing like try and find a chiptune version or a MIDI version of it. It's not quite as familiar, but it's good. It's good enough. Yeah, the copyright police don't quite detect MIDIs, at least not yet. So let's have a smell of our room.
Around the door was a strong, dark cyan odor with an earthy overtone.
So I can actually pick up smells, and I think I'm putting them in my inventory.
The dark...
I'm not sure who that is.
There was a faint haze of purple in the room. I didn't know who it belonged to, but there was something about it.
So we got another smell. And I think we can...
There was a certain similarity between the purple and fuchsia scents. They both belonged to women.
To women.
The killer, Monday, Malachite, Alkali, me. I wasn't sure who the werewolf was, but I'd know their scent if I smelled it again.
Oh, so now he thinks that's a werewolf.
Although they were similar, one had a much sharper quality.
Oh, there's a maroon traces.
The maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron.
Alright, another smell.
The cloud of teal-colored scent was the smell of tobacco and petty theft. Definitely nobbies.
Nobbies. Hello, Cosmic Void. Welcome in. How's it going, Cosmic? Now, I don't believe you stream Cosmic, but I believe you're definitely more known as a software developer, a games developer. So Cosmic Void has been working on and has done released a few indie adventure games. Now I don't know if I've got a handy link. No, I can post in the chat. Don't stream yet, true? Yeah. But if you've got a link, Cosmic, for you can stream your own games. Yeah, true. For some of the games that you work on, I can make sure it's available in chat. My computer's quite new. I can play Cyberpunk 2077 and similar game, but literally a guerrilla streamer. I get all my net through a 4G phone plan. Oh, okay, that complicates things. Yeah, but Cosmic Void, you can definitely stream your own games as well.
There was a faint... I didn't know...
So, yeah, since you're familiar with the game Cosmic, we've just gained the ability to turn into a werewolf. So now we have to revisit all the areas and link up the smells.
Around the door.
Yeah, definitely. I can never. I'm just trying to find a good link that doesn't kill my stream. Cosmic Void. There's a shout out for Cosmic Void. So he's released a few adventure games in kind of different styles of Sierra adventure games and other adventure games. So definitely a lot of pixel art to enjoy. I think he's got a couple of games that are for free, so check those out, and if you like those, maybe purchase some of his other games. No worries, Cosmic. So that's so now that we're a dog, or we can be a dog, let's go sniff our way around the world and try and figure out what we've missed.
Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was entirely comfortable with yet. I was trying to restrict myself to just when it was really necessary.
That sounds like a dev cheat to not have to do the wolf in all the scenes. So fortunately this bar is empty, so I wonder if that means we can do it here too. That's okay. So Tachyon Dreams. So Tachyon Dreams is the collection of they're the free parser games, so that might be worth a try first. I think Blood Nova is actually not released yet, so there's actually just a demo. Oh, here we go. Cosmic's already saying. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but yeah, I guess just pick whichever one is interesting to you as well. All right, it's a little bit tricky.
I was pretty sure Samael wouldn't mind me slipping into wolf form, but it still didn't feel right. I just couldn't do it while somebody watched.
Yeah, I know the feeling. All right, so we can't go in here, but we might be able to try the cellar. So this is where Ilsa and Two Conkers were hiding out. I don't think there's anything new here. So here we go. Some new smells.
The predominant smell in the cellar was of red wine, considerably more pleasant than the smell of the river, at least.
Okay, so we've got a wine smell. Maroon and wine barrels. Are these the same ones?
Although superficially similar, there was no mistaking the metallic maroon scent for the sharp smell of Ephebian red wine.
Okay. So I haven't quite figured out if the colors mean they're similar types of smell. But at least these two are closely linked to women, so it's possible. Fuchsia cloud.
There was a lingering smell of purple in the corner. It was too scattered for me to remember it.
Alright. Doesn't really help. Traces of blue.
There were some faint traces of a light blue scent in the corner of the cellar.
Okay, so this is probably 2 conkers.
The scent was very weak, and I didn't think I would be able to...
Alright. So I think there's the only 2 smells that we can get. So let's go back into our human form. So Rodin is an artist, and he was working on this sculpture. He's disappeared, and in this little nook over here was where Malachite the troll was hiding. But he's gone. But he's left some bandages.
They looked like ordinary bandages, but at some point they'd been soaked in plaster. What they were doing in Rodin's workshop was anyone's guess.
Can I pick this up? Okay, cool. I don't. Let's try and do the werewolf here. Ooh. So this is probably Rodin.
There was a blue mist around the statue Rodin had been working on.
Alright, that's probably Rodin. Yep. Deep brown.
The place where Malachite had been perched smelled of a deep, earthy brown.
Okay, so trolls are probably brown. I don't see anything else here. Okay, back to human. I don't think so. This is where we found the carriage. Yes. So this is where we pulled the carriage out of the river. So let's try a dog here. Overwhelming light green fog. So that's the Ankh.
Here on the Maudlin Bridge, the reek of the Ankh was at its most sickening.
Specks of magenta. So this is the serial killer again.
The smell of the Ankh. The smell of the Ankh almost drowned out the remains of the magenta scent. The smell of the...
Alright. So I believe the serial killer was here. I think that's it. So Patricia's Palace. So this is Robert Llewellyn voicing
I'm
this
back.
guard.
I've got a few more questions.
Make it
Not that one.
fast.
So, you're members of the illustrious palace guards, are you?
Illustrious. Do you know what it means to be a palace guard? We're arrow fodder. If anyone with half-decent skills breaks into the palace, you'll be picking our limbs out of the tapestries.
So why do you do it?
It beats being in the city watch.
And the
Right.
uniforms are much nicer, too. You used to be in the City Watch, didn't you?
You can tell that from my accent.
Would I lie to you?
So there's a whole conversation about
Thanks for
accents.
the chat.
Our pleasure.
But I believe we had it in the previous stream. Alright, so up this wall is Leonardo da Quern. Whoop, come on, wait. Oh, there's a few interesting smells here.
The garbage was giving off a distinctive green cloud, not dissimilar to the smell of the river Ankh.
Alright, let's store that one.
The empty barrels were surrounded by a cloying red mist, and it had the shrill pitch of red wine, if I wasn't mistaken.
Alright, long green. Oh, magenta.
The scent was too weak for me to really remember it. One of the empty barrels had a faint magenta trace to it.
Alright, I think that's it in regards to smells here. Get out of here. And this is where we met, we were going to meet Therma. But unfortunately Malachite ended up dead. And this is the friendly gargoyle. That was our alibi. But he's seems to have gone to sleep.
There were signs of a teal scent on the roof. The scent had a distinct hint of tobacco.
That's malachite.
Around the chalk outline was a brown scent, presumably malachites.
And magenta scent. So this is probably the serial killer.
There was definitely a magenta hint amongst the scents on the roof. The magenta traces were too weak to be accurately memorized.
Alright, so we've got 3 smells here. Oh, navy blue. What's this one? Hang on.
Some parts of the roof had a navy blue scent to them.
Not sure which is that one. Interesting. Okay, so that's malachite. This is probably the serial killer. And we've got these 2 extra scents, which is interesting. So I thought we were only going to meet up with one person. Let's see, what else? I think we're running out of... So there's definitely people in the mansion, so we can't do that. Can we do the mausoleum?
Turning into a wolf, what?
Alright, no. The bridge. We did the outside of that place.
I went over to Horst's quarters, but he wasn't there.
Okay. Can we do the Ogdorine parrot?
Sapphire had a collection of trawl cosmetics, a granite filing stone, some colored sand, and various bottles. The mirror was a sad indictment of Sapphire's misconception that there was something glamorous about her job.
Oh, hey, okay. A few more smells here.
Dark cyan was the most prevalent smell in the dressing room. There was a booming bass quality to the scent.
Bass. So I think this is Therma.
The cyan stench was coming from a bottle of perfume.
Troll perfume, alright.
There was a hint of an apple-colored scent in the air.
Can we do this one? Alright, another smell. So, unfortunately, we've now got all these smells that we have to link.
It smelled
Totally different. This game taught me that everyone with synesthesia is really a werewolf. Yeah, I wonder if that was inspired a little bit. Oh, it's just a happy coincidence. More smells.
There was definitely the remains of a magenta scent in Mundy's room. The scent was too dispersed for me to remember it well. Around where Mundy's body had lain was a dark blue scent.
Alright, so that's probably Mundy's smell.
There was a hint of an apple-colored scent in the air.
Ah, apple. So we knew that the bartender cut down the body that was hanging. So maybe the apple is Mencken. Mencken, the bartender's smell.
There was a hint. There was a bold scent of navy blue in the air. The teal scent strongly resembled tobacco and guilt.
A nudge in the side of teal. Okay. So we go back in human. So if we look at our inventory of smells, so one of the nice things in this game, at least, is that you can reorganize your smells. Hello, Refraction. How's it going? Well, welcome in. We're just organizing a smell collection at the moment. And good afternoon. Yes, it is. It is our afternoon. How am I doing? Doing pretty well. I've been playing this game Discworld Noir for a few streams now. And it's pretty good. I played this like many years ago. So I'm trying to explore it and hopefully not break it too much. But we've just gained the ability to turn into a werewolf, which means we can collect smells. The problem is that there's a lot of smells in the world of Discworld. So we've now got to... I'm trying to organize them a little bit. So if you move that one here, a dark cyanide here, and a bit more purple, and gas bird. You've never played this one. You have a big box of Discworld 2, and it's my only big box. I still haven't played much of Discworld 1 or 2. I was kind of put off by I played some of the demos, but I was put off by the all the talk of like the moon logic and things like that those games had. But when I played Discworld Noir completely, like when it came out, maybe a year or two when it came out, after it came out, because I was all about budget games. And it was really good. Like it was more of a detective story than an adventure game. Like you collect clues, you talk to people, you use clues on each other. And apparently this game was one of the influences to Dave Gilbert, the developer of the Wadget Eye game, Wadget Eye games like Blackwell Legacy and the Blackwell series, and Shiva and things like that. So like a lot of his games have like a notebook where you have clues and you've got to match clues with each other. None of them are a mark on Rumpelstiltskin. Yeah, I think any puzzle that requires you to break out a notepad or a programming language just to decode it probably isn't a great puzzle. So I think I've organized all my smells. At least they're a bit more color coordinated. So we can sort of look at them. So Mundy was a human, and so was Rodin. So we can sort of assume that blue means human.
There was a superficial similarity. They were very different in tone and pitch.
But they are actually different people. So it's just...
Both scents were human.
Okay, so we know that's human. So this apple. So Malachite was this brown, and apple, I don't know if it's related or
Although they were similar, one...
Okay. And I think green is just like rubbish. So the river Ankh smells, trash smells. So Nobby is meant to be human, but he's kind of not quite blue. Seems like he's closer to a dog.
If there was a nice Deathwood for smells, the judges would have a tough call between Gaspode and Nobby for most original odor.
Sounds pretty cool. It's a very cool game.
Nobby's odor was like...
Okay. Troll perfume.
I could recognize faint traces of the hideous troll perfume in the dark cyan scent. It seemed that the scent belonged to Sapphire.
Aha. So now we've determined that this smell is now Sapphire. So wine barrels and maroon.
Although superficially similar, there...
Okay, so that's not... Maroon is something. So what is this purple?
There was a certain smell. They both...
So it's a woman, but we don't know which one.
Although they were...
Okay. So there's probably a few more smells to collect, but it seems like we've got a good selection so far. So this is Mankin. He's the bartender. He's half elf. Women's is pink. Lol. Teehee. It's kind of fair enough. Although it's kind of more. I kind of saw it more like a purple. That might just be my screen. No one knows exactly what Nobby's heritage is. Exactly. Yeah. Well, he's got a piece of paper to prove he's human, so he's got that going for him.
My usual, please.
Luton, you're...
What? Is my tie not done up straight? Is there an unfortunate mark on my nose?
I heard you were dead.
Perhaps I am. Get me a stiff drink. How about a whiskey?
Don't you want something with it?
All right, put another whiskey in there.
Drinking like that'll kill you.
I'm dead already.
You didn't come back here to drink, did you?
No.
How's business been?
Poor. Sapphire's missed several days. I don't think she's coming back.
You could be right.
So this is the small talk to win me over before you start grilling me again, is it?
You may be onto something there.
I hope you know you're not making any friends here.
I don't think we've got any information there. Merchant's murder. Oh, okay. So we've got some new clues now on the other murders that we learned. The actual details on the serial killing murders.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
You mean, have I heard that there's an unstoppable assassin from the counterweight continent in Ankh-Morpork, and he's slaying everyone and everything that gets in his way?
Yeah, that one.
If you like.
Haven't heard a thing.
You wouldn't happen to have heard anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks, would you?
No one outside of the palace knows anything. Well, except the commander of the watch. I heard that the patrician has asked Commander Vimes to come and speak to him about it sometime soon.
Just heard
Hadn't he
that, huh?
already gone to see him?
Hey, what do I know? I'm just a bartender with big ears.
Perhaps he just wants an update on the case.
Whatever.
Apparently one of the wizards up at Unseen University got themselves killed.
That's right. The reader of esoteric accounting or something.
Esoteric occultism, yeah. How did you know that?
I was speaking to Mrs. Foames earlier.
Mrs. Foames?
She's the head chambermaid up at the new hall.
One of the halls of residence?
Yeah, the big one that runs off from the huge library.
What did she have to say?
Just that this wizard had died in mysterious circumstances. Although she sounded like mysterious circumstances are pretty normal up there. It'd be a nice change if someone died in unmysterious circumstances for a change.
Can't be easy working at the university.
You couldn't pay me enough to make me work there.
Oh no? No amount of money would make you work there?
Well, obviously not a huge amount. For enough money I'd do anything.
Whoa.
Anything.
Well, not involving fish, broccoli, or vinegar.
Very specific.
I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it?
All I heard was that someone in the Merchants Guild got killed. That's all I know.
Oh, got a new map item.
See you around.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever. So there's a notice board here, and I think there's a new thing on here.
I couldn't imagine who would pay attention. What?
Oh, what did I say?
One.
Okay.
Wanted by the watch in connection with the sale of genuine, authentic, soggy Mountain Dew. One CMOT Dipper of no fixed abode. If you see this man, consider him stocked up and extremely persistent. The story of the Sortian War,
I
as
think
twas...
we got a clue for something. Actually. Oh, okay. Cool.
What do you know? I can see my face in the mirror.
Can you?
It all looked like junk to me.
And we'll exit somehow. There we go.
Oh, it is you, sir.
I'm just as thrilled.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
That's...
I'd like to see Carlotta.
Yeah.
Is she home?
I will go and check.
Thanks, buddy.
While the butler was gone, I slipped into my wolf form. A purple scent stretched across the hallway, and I instantly knew it was Carlotta. But that wasn't all. The richness of her odor told me something else. Carlotta was a werewolf. Just like me.
It seems that Carlotta is not in her room.
Take a message. Tell her to meet me at the Cafe Ankh later tonight.
As Sir wishes.
If Carlotta was the werewolf who infected me, I wanted to speak to her as soon as possible. Sheesh! You'd think a guy could take one kiss and wake up the same shape next day, wouldn't you?
Man, what? I know I'm dizzy. What a twist. Who would have thought?
I headed back the way I came. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
It's interesting. It's a weird message. The feeling of being watched.
Can I see the Count?
I am not in a position to know how good your vision is, but you may see the Count, which I believe is what Sir actually meant in Sir's untutored way.
Hello,
The
Necrocase.
Count's
Welcome in.
health was getting worse.
How's it
He
going?
wasn't making much sense.
Is that you?
You got a lurk, MZD? No worries.
I
Thank you
knew
for
you'd come
liking
for
and for
me
hanging out.
sooner or later.
Enjoy your grub.
Is it time? Is it time already? It's been such a long time, hasn't it? We've had fun together, haven't we? Soon enough.
Count?
Soon enough, my dear.
What?
Soon enough.
Count? It's Luton.
He cannot hear you.
Why
It's
not?
death.
It's almost his time.
I've seen some scary things in my time. I've seen men driven mad by money or women. I've
Ross,
seen
thank you for the
wars where
follow.
neither side has known what they were fighting over. I've seen Nobby getting out of the shower, and believe me, that was no picnic. I didn't really discover what terror was until I found myself talking to a 7-foot-high skeleton with a scythe. You're death!
Am I? You know, I wondered why I was carrying the scythe around.
Am I?
Are you what? A selfish, bitter man who has yet to squander his one last chance at redemption?
Am I dead?
No. It's not your time.
I thought you might have missed me the other day when I was stabbed and you've only just got around to me.
I'm famously punctual.
So why are you here?
I've come out for the count, so to speak.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I was hoping to ask him a few questions.
You seem remarkably calm for one who's just seen the defeater of empires, the swallower of oceans, the thief of years, the ultimate reality,
like
the
Christopher Lee, doesn't
harvester of mankind, and the assassin against whom no lock will hold. That's me, in case you have trouble with long sentences.
It's been that kind of week. How long has he got?
That depends on you.
On me? I thought our time was allocated by the fates.
It is true that fate is the ultimate master of life and death. But even fate takes a back seat to the laws of narrative causality.
I don't understand.
Really? Who said you were supposed to?
You might give me a clue.
Let's just say that the actions of one person may change the way the whole story is told.
Which person?
I don't understand.
Don't worry, it'll all become clear to you at the end.
Wonder who he's talking about. So doing anti-cyclone and doing alright. That's good to hear. Necrocase. Yeah, a lot of it is Rob Brydon. I don't know if he was doing death as well. He's doing like quintuple duty. He plays like I think there's just like 4 or 5 voice actors for the whole game, and they do like all the characters. So there's a lot of times when Rob is talking to Rob. You love Death and his horse Binky? Yes, Death is amazing. There needs to be more Death books. Unfortunately, there probably won't be. Oh, you looked it up? It is? Okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes they do like voice modulation to change it up a little bit. And yeah, thank you again, Eros, for the follow. I hope you enjoy this Discworld Noir stream. So I guess we're talking to the Count and not Death. We'll just see how we go.
How come you're here?
I came on my horse.
What is it? A skeletal horse whose hooves spark with flames with each step?
No. Just my horse. I call him Binky.
And he's
There
not
you
a
go, Cameron.
skeleton?
He happens to be very well fed and looked after, thank you very much.
I still don't understand why you're here. I mean, you're death. Shouldn't you be everywhere?
I am everywhere.
But you're here.
Yes. As well. Don't try to work it out. Even I don't fully understand it. It involves really complicated numbers.
You turn up like this for everyone?
Generally, I'm only expected to make an actual appearance on special occasions.
And this is a special occasion?
Not yet. I've arrived ahead of time. But there's going to be a lot of business in Ankh-Morpork soon, so it doesn't hurt for me to get here a little early.
You wouldn't care to tell me more about this, I suppose?
The immediate future is not a matter on which I propose to enlighten you, no.
Helpful. So between MZZ, Sonneville Bennett's, and Budget Broadcast, most days are taken. I guess Mondays and Fridays. Yeah, I don't know if MZZ has like a fixed schedule yet. I think she's still working that out. And Bennett's always seems to be streaming at like 2 in the morning. So I never get a chance to watch him these days. But yeah, it's tricky. Like I try and do like one in the evening Australian time, and then one early one kind of late morning Australian time, just to account for people in Australian time zones versus American time zones. But yeah, MZZ's right. Just stream whenever you like. I just do one on a weekend and one in the middle of a week, and that seems good. Like, yeah. Or just mix it up. Just see, like, just stream on different days. See if you get different viewers. I don't know. I don't really have great advice. Just experiment a bit, I think.
How come I can see you? Is it something to do with me being a werewolf?
In a sense. It has much more to do with certain other matters.
Such as?
Ordinarily, I am only perceived by those who are about to die.
So you are invisible. That must be useful.
I'm not invisible, as such. People just can't see me. They won't allow themselves to do it. Until it's time, of course. Wizards can see me, and cats. Odd, really, but there you go.
But I can see you.
Indeed. People in a state of heightened awareness sometimes stop seeing what they expect to see and start seeing what is really there.
Like with Gaspode.
Frankly, I think your seeing me has more to do with your quest for the golden sword.
You know about that?
I've been around. I hear things.
Why should the sword be a factor?
Well, it's more to do with narrative causality, as I said.
It's not really a quest. I mean, I'm just investigating a few murders.
Believe me, I know. I was there.
Hey. Yeah, I try different things. If anyone gets mad for poaching their viewers, they need to improve their content. Yeah. At least for me, it's not so much like I definitely don't feel like I'm poaching viewers. It's more like there are already streamers I like to watch, and I don't want to miss out by streaming at the same time. And it's probably the same for Cameron. I mean, it's nice if we can like align streaming times occasionally, so we can raid each other. That's just a fun bonus. You're kind of shy though. Streaming is something I'm dabbling in. I'd rather watch genuine streamers doing it well. I've only been streaming for like a month or two, so I'm still learning as I go. And like, if you're shy, like there are plenty of people who started streaming like yourself without a webcam or anything. You can just like sort of bumble through a game and People will just enjoy it. As long as you're enjoying the game and they see you enjoying it, I think that's good enough for a lot of people. Don't worry about being shy. You have real life friends you want to co-op the Forest and Baratron. Yeah, if you like, let's have a look. Where is it? So Fire a Broadside, who's not. I'm not trying to. If you're in, you don't have to say anything about it. But Fire a Broadside, he's been streaming with friends co-op. So he's doing like Ranch Simulator, and that's fun to watch. So they just get everyone on Discord and they just stream it. So personally speaking, not sure that goes away. The shyness, yeah, it can, yeah, but yeah, it's always. I'm still like a bit nervous starting streams and things. But yeah, definitely, you're right, MCZ. Like prioritize having fun first. Like just, I think it's like winning a lottery. Like I think you'd be very lucky and fortunate to like become like a massive streamer, but in all likelihood it's probably not going to happen, and that's fine. Like I'm not expecting to be a big streamer. I'm just doing this for fun and to show off some games to friends and things and meet new people. So yeah, just do it for fun. As long as you're having fun doing it, yeah, that's fine.
You mentioned narrative causality before.
Did I?
Did I?
I must be becoming careless.
Why? Aren't you allowed to discuss it?
It's not exactly against the rules, but it might ruin it if I told you.
Ruin what?
The story.
Okay. So this does not stand out very well, but there's moss. Oh, I've got all this stuff too. Okay. Let's see what Death thinks of the coin.
Neither the Count nor Death's.
Alright.
Neither the...
Oh yeah, the best time to start streaming was 10 years ago. My guilty pleasure is Robaz, the second biggest streamer from Sweden. Is that the same as Robbo? I don't know if I know that one. But the best time to say anything is now. Just do it for fun. Like there's always going to be people like just watching particular categories of games and might pop in and say hello. He gets 40,000 viewers per stream. I don't know what I would do with that many viewers. That's insane. Yeah, I think the most. Yeah, I don't really watch anyone that has that many views. Because at least I find like it's more fun to hang out in the smaller streamers. Because you get to like chat with people. You actually get to talk to people and chat and with the streamer. I don't think you get that in someone that gets 40,000 viewers. It's a different experience. It's like more. I think it's more like you're watching a TV show and you're cheering someone on, as opposed to just chatting about the game.
Neither the Count...
Alright.
I don't suppose you know anything about mosses.
Moss? Did you say moss? Plants. Yes. Lots of plants here. Can't remember much about them these days. The memory fails. There are books, though.
That's true, there are books.
I forget where. Ah, yes. The library's apocrypha. All the books are there, you know.
May I use the library?
Eh? What was that, my boy? The library. Ah,
Yes, please.
Yes. The library's apocrypha. All the books are there, you know. You can use it if it will help your inquiries.
Don't mind if I do.
How go your inquiries? Have you heard from Regin?
No. Not yet.
This room contains the von Uberwald's Libraris Apocrypha.
Okay, so jump here.
So will, I trust, be careful not to damage any of the priceless tomes housed within.
I'll be careful.
One would be very upset if one was to return to find Sir Perhaps folding paper animals from a priceless folio edition of the Dictionary of Eye-Watering Words.
Would never do
What
that.
are they?
They are books, sir.
I realize that. What are they about?
The Libraris Apocrypha is a collection of obscurities and rare volumes from across the continent. If knowledge were an animal, the Libraris would be a great dragon. Sir, by
No
the
worries,
same
Necro
scale,
Keys. Thanks for
would
coming
be a
in,
kebab
saying hello.
on an ant's
Enjoy
barbecue.
IKEA.
I'll be careful.
And keep your distance from everybody. Because it's possibly crowded. And social distancing is a good thing. Alright, can we sniff this room?
Although I appeared to be alone, I found it hard to believe I wasn't being watched. I wouldn't trust me with all those valuable books, and the butler certainly didn't.
Alright, so is there anything... What's in this room?
The library was the von Uberwald's collection of obscurities. Perhaps I could turn it to my advantage.
Perhaps you could? I don't know what he's doing there.
The books were all neatly indexed by a vast series of cards in a wooden case. It looked like the von Uberwalds were using an ancient version of Huey's octal system of indexing. It was complicated, but I reckoned I could at least use it to find out what books they had on a particular subject, and then wander around until I saw a bookshelf with the right number on it.
Alright, so inventory. Let's just save. So press the save button. Library. Alright, so the count reckons we should look this up in the index cards. Well, look it up in the library. So we'll use the index cards to look it up.
I found a copy of Orange Crates on the Nature of Plants. The book was a tediously detailed study of the plant kingdom, and one of the most boring things I've ever read. But I found the moss in there. Apparently it was a lycanthrope, a type of animate moss with crude locomotion, found only in the worst sewers in the most decrepit urban areas. Apparently the lycanthrope looked like harmless moss until something to eat walked by. Then they transformed into a deadly lichen and devoured their prey, at least as long as it was small enough. Otherwise, they just clung on for dear life.
So we got a clue. I assume it was about moss. Oh, the sewers. Okay. So we'll take the sewer clue and we'll look that up.
I checked through the library and found some ancient plans of the city of Ankh. There was an intricate sewer system beneath the city. It must be thousands of years old. It would be in quite a state if it was still around, and as far as I could tell, it would be under the waterline if there wasn't a drought on. Given the rains that we'd had recently, I could only find one section of sewer that might be above water. There was a shallow sewer running from the Maudlin Bridge around the rimward side of the Royal Winter Palace of the Kings of Ankh, now the home of the patrician. I guess the designers weren't allowed to put sewers under the palace grounds, which might have been why the Royal Summer Palace of the Kings of Ankh was a long way from Ankh-Morpork. That and the stench of the River Ankh, anyway.
Right. So from the moss that was near our dead body, we've tracked it down. We've managed to identify it as something that might be in the sewers, and now we've found an area in the sewers that we can visit. Can we look up any of these items in the index cards? Apparently we can.
Whatever the coin was, I couldn't find anything about it here.
Apparently we can't. I mean, there's a dialogue option for it. I mean, the dialogue text for it. bandages, maybe?
I didn't really know.
Yeah, fair enough. Can we look up a perfume?
I didn't really.
No, we can't. Can we look up? I'm just seeing if we can look up some of these clues.
I didn't really.
I feel like we're going to get a lot of I didn't really
I
know.
could mess up the filing. A far better plan.
Yeah. Okay. Gold-plated jewel. I don't remember seeing that. Ooh, okay.
None of the books on jewels or antiquities I could find said anything about a gold-plated jewel. I couldn't write off the possibility that there was something in the library that I hadn't managed to find, though. If I knew what it was called, it'd be easier.
Oh, well, I'm trying to find it. Golden sword.
Finding a book on swords wasn't as difficult as I thought. I even found a tome on gold blades. 1001 Golden Swords, the complete story of gold swords throughout history. Unfortunately, it wasn't very helpful.
Alright, so it still continues to be a mysterious sword. This is miscellaneous. Is there anything? Alright. So we're near the last page. I do like how the game scribbles out irrelevant details as you learn more about them. I don't know. It would even be worth searching. Searching for a particular murder probably wouldn't be helpful. I don't want to spend too much time. Maybe Hurst is in.
I didn't really.
No. Bestial attacker. Can we link that up with somebody?
Malachite's bestial killer might well have been involved in other murders. This was between me and Carlotta.
Alright. I'm just trying to find something I can look up in. Okay, here we go. So is Carlotta in the library? She could very well be.
I was looking for a book that would tell me something about Carlotta when I stumbled upon The Complete Bloody History of Uberwald. In it was the story of Duchess Charlotte von Uberwald, who was betrothed to Vlach the Impala, most feared of the undead antelope. She betrayed him and married into the von Uberwalds instead, causing a minor peasant uprising. The whole history of Uberwald seemed to be a series of peasant uprisings.
I see. So Alkali is the pseudonym of the dwarf that's been following us, the right-hand man of Hurst. Let's just see if we can find it. It might not be on him. It might just be where he got the name from.
There was nothing about Alkali himself, but there was a copy of frescoes and fatal traps of the temples of Alkali, which was less than enlightening. I wondered if I was ever going to find out the origin of his name. But then I read the line. The city of Alkali is also known for its wind, blowing from the vastness of the deserts and continents nearer the rim, a gentle yet persistent breeze. It carries aromatic messages from the heart of the continent, compounded of the chill of the deserts, the stink of lions, the compost of jungles, and the flatulence of wildebeest. Well, it was a working theory, at least.
Okay, not sure if that's helpful. I don't even know if Ilsa would be. Maybe Two Conquers would be.
I didn't really know.
Nope. I think we're almost done looking up clues. Alright, so we've got the cases. So we've got a few cases now. So we've got the Mundy case. which was the original case we were on, the Therma case that Malachi asked us to track down the whereabouts of Therma. The Von Uber worlds, that's where the Count asks us to look up his dwarf friend region. Sapphire, I don't even remember what the Sapphire is. I think someone must have talked about Sapphires because I thought we were only looking for a sword. So I don't know where this came from. That's okay. Alright, so we've hopefully landed of a new location. Oh, Merchant's Office. Look at Merchant's Guild. Sewers, here we go. So the moss has linked us to the sewers. So let's check this out. Gross. Where's Lid? Here he is.
The ancient civic plans from the library led me straight to the sewer's entrance, not far from the Mortland Bridge. A relatively small tunnel was concealed beneath a pile of debris that must have accumulated over the centuries. It looked as if most of the tunnels here were actually still above the water line, or the sludge line, to be more honest about it.
Can we... Oh, okay. I'm worried this is going to be like a maze.
I wasn't even sure it really was water. I didn't want to root around. I didn't want to root around in the water.
Yeah, don't root around in the water. Can we smell anything?
The smell of the Ankh was unbearably strong in the sewer, and it was all I could do to remain conscious.
Alright. So not much is going on here, apart from the green fog. What's over here? Oh, this is going to be this is a maze, isn't it? This is a maze. Oh no, it's just a what? So they're just two ways. Oh, okay. Okay, so they connect to the same room. And so this should go back. Yep, okay, cool. That's not too bad. I was worried. What is this? Can I pick that up? No. More sewer water. And then we've got two exits here.
I wasn't even sure it really was water.
Mad Dog. Yay! Do. Oh man. I love Mad Dog. He's a cool dude. That's not my emote. That's Fractal Mind Might's emote. But one day I'll figure out a good Mad Dog emote. What am I doing? Oh, okay. He's my spirit game. Yeah. If Mad Dog was a little bit shorter, it might be my game I play. Yeah, sort of as a channel redemption or something.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out by the smell of the Ankh, though.
Yeah, right. Okay. So we found. So this is the magenta trail that started from our grave, and ended out the back of the No, it started from where we were murdered and ended where the at that window near the Temple of the Small Gods. So it looks like we've picked up the trail again. So this is weird. This is kind of, I think, in this game, if you double click on a smell, sometimes it picks it up, sometimes it does nothing, and sometimes it follows the smell. There's no way of knowing which one it does.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out by the smell of the Ankh, though.
Alright, so I think... Oh, a niche. So I suspect this...
There were far too many niches for me to search by hand. It would take forever.
Go on.
Empty.
I get the feeling it is a maze and we're just using smells to figure out where
The
to go.
lair was concealed in one of the sewer's many niches.
What?
There was all manner of debris piled up inside the niche. It looked like some kind of nest. I was strongly reminded of what I'd found in the Milka's cargo hold, only this nest seemed bigger somehow.
Oh, okay. Using the Ankh to shield your scent from trenchcoat-clad werewolf PIs. No other game has that. Yeah, I know. This game definitely. It's not a game that just happens to be in Discworld. They do strongly, embrace the world, and they try and incorporate it into the story much better than I think some other games do. So I didn't get a chance to. All right, so that is what would lead us to the lair.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out.
Yeah. All right, so this leads us to the lair.
The magenta scent permeated the niche, stronger even than the smell of the Ankh. There weren't many times in life you got to say that.
Right. Okay. So my theory now is that we found like a layer like this on the Milka itself, and we couldn't really do much with it. So I thought maybe we were going to revisit the ship later to look at that layer, but I think now it's a hint that the layer on the ship suggests that there was an extra passenger that was the werewolf. So it wasn't Mundy or Ilsa or Two Conkers. It was another passenger, and this is their new lair that we just stumbled upon. Terry Pratchett was an RPG gamer and played a lot of Doom. He probably sat in on the design. Yeah, I believe he did have some contributions to this game as well. I remember reading like the developers of Simon the Sorcerer. That game originally was going to be a Discworld game. But things didn't pan out, and like a couple of years later, other developers made the first Discworld game. But it would have been interesting to see what Simon Sorcerer would have been if it wasn't Simon Sorcerer and it was a Discworld game instead.
The magenta scent. There weren't many times.
I can't seem to do much.
The magenta. There weren't many.
Doesn't seem to be any other smells. So this is probably the serial killer's lair, considering the smell is everywhere. So there's debris. Is that it?
There was all manner of debris piled up inside the niche. It looked like some kind of nest. I was strongly reminded of what I'd found in the milk.
Okay. Can I pick it up?
Amongst the garbage was some kind of pendant. Amongst the garbage was some kind of pendant.
Pendant. I think this is the pendant. I hope you can transform and fight him in some sort of wolf form. That would be interesting. So far, he seems very shy about his transformation. So we've only been using it to sniff things. But yeah, it'd be cool like if there's like a last scene where you get to do a little fight. Okay, so we've got a weird beetle.
As I stood
pendant.
in the alcove examining the pendant, I felt as if I wasn't alone. It was the same presence I'd felt in the Milka's hold. I could feel the cold touch of death upon me. It was a strangely light touch.
What?
Size obviously isn't important, I agree. You are Death, right? Rats have their own death?
There's a lot of them.
No offense, I mean, you're very, very intimidating. For a skeletal rat, at least.
Alright, I don't know how this conversation is going to go, but we'll see.
So, do you come here often? I'm sorry, it's not easy to think of things to say to something like you. Well, it's not often I find myself in the sewers talking to a... What are you exactly? Exactly.
Exactly.
So what's your connection to the
Squeak.
big guy? You're sort of like relatives then. You probably get together for birthdays and Hogwatch night. I'd like to see that. If you don't mind me asking, were you on the Milka before? I thought so. What were you doing on the Milka? Uh-huh. No, please. Go on. Did you see anything? Well, I don't know. Anything unusual? Anything else? Yeah, I saw that. And that's here.
It's like a
This
sooty
is
and
its
sweep
lair. It can't be very big. That's not very comforting. But I guess that's not your job, but comfort, I mean. I wasn't suggesting you weren't good at your job. I've never looked at it that way before. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to a phantasmal rodent. I hoped he couldn't read my thoughts. He seems easily offended. So, what's it like being the death of rats? You don't get to talk much, do you?
I don't know if we're going to learn much.
I found this in the nest. Do you know anything about it? It was on the Milka, so this thing brought it here for some reason. I could really use some help, you know. Oh, forget I asked. What do you make of this perfume?
Nothing.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
Alright, probably not going to get much from it. We can always come back. See you, buddy. How do we get out of here? Okay. So it just loops if we try and explore. So I guess now we've got a pendant. So we could look it up in the library maybe.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
Can we? Oh, okay, cool. Ask to go see the library.
I'd like to use the library again.
Very well. I will show Sir the way, since it seems the labyrinthine corridors of this vast edifice
this
are
bloody
beyond
butler.
Sir's meager navigational skills.
Inventory. Let's look at this pendant.
There were books on jewelry, but I couldn't find the pendant in any of them. I did get the idea that the design of the pendant might match something else, though.
But what? What? Hey, Matt McGrath, how's it going? Welcome in. We're just playing some Discworld Noir. Recently gained the ability to become a werewolf, so we can do a lot of smelling now, which doesn't sound as gross as it kind of sounds. Oop. That doesn't help. So we were recently killed, and we've come back to life, and we're trying to track down our murderer, and we've tracked him down, him or her, to a lair where we found this pendant. So we're now just asking around if anyone knows about this pendant.
Does this mean anything to you?
Sir would have to consult the library on that.
But I just did.
Can I see the Count?
I am not in a position.
Alright.
Still here.
In a sense.
So the Count is near death. So we're actually talking to death.
Do you recognize this pendant?
I'd better not discuss that with you.
Why not?
Hey, why not what? Hey, speak up, man. Speak up.
Sorry, Count. Do you recognize this pendant?
It's familiar. I've seen it before. Did I play with it as a child?
Don't know. What?
Perhaps. Why is it that I can remember my childhood hundreds of years ago, but I cannot remember what we were talking about?
The pendant. You recognized it.
Yes. Yes. I know that pendant from somewhere. Perhaps if you give me some time to think about it.
Don't take too long.
Did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Alright. So he might know what the pendant.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'm sure we'll meet again.
Goodbye.
Oh, you can be certain of it. Incidentally, I rather like your hard-boiled monologues.
You do?
Oh, yes.
Oh yes.
And of course, the way you can actually think out of the corner of your mouth. Very impressive.
I didn't know I was doing it.
Oh, yes. Take that, you doity rat. Wonderful stuff. Very entertaining. You know, sometimes I've wondered if I should take the scythe around in a violin case. It would certainly add to the atmosphere of menace and uncertainty.
Really?
Of course, I don't play the violin. And I can't talk out of the corners of my mouth. It's a great shame.
Sorry, Dad. So who else could we show this pendant to? Alright, so this is a new place. I don't know what that is yet. There's no one there. A couple of people at Small Gods. There was no one there at Cafe Ankh. I don't think there's any police officers that cares. Was there someone? The bartender might know. Let's give him a quick check.
Is this a good time for... Given that there's never...
Alright.
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Alright, that was worth coming all the way here. Let's try the casino.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Let's not try the casino. Alright. I wanna visit this guy. So Two Conquers is hiding up here. I believe we need to use a grappling hook.
I
to get
examined... It looked...
Yeah. Okay.
It always looked much easier in the clickies.
Whee. This rope animation looks a bit janky. Doesn't look like it's actually holding his weight. Alright, so...
Leonard of Quim was a renowned genius with the usual problem that geniuses have with relating to other people. He was clearly one of those people who started to look old around 30, and he wasn't exactly bald. It was more like his head had just grown up through his hair. Two Conkers was Ilsa's companion, an Agatean with a sharp mind but a slender grasp on the local tongue. He was also Ilsa's husband. I still didn't know how I felt about that.
Get over it.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Well, we are a little busy at the moment. Can it wait?
How long?
Just a day or so.
No, then it can't wait.
Very well. What did you want to know?
Let's try
What is that
hello?
thing you're working on?
It's my flapping wing flying device. I had put it to one side, but I had an inspiration and decided to go back to developing it.
What was the inspiration?
It occurred to me that if I modified my turning the wheels with pedals and another wheel machine to turn the spinning blades radiating from central hub, I might be able to produce a flapping wing flying device that could be driven forward by a human operating the pedals with his feet.
Will it work?
If we can to be solving the minor problems, it might just maybe will be yes.
Maybe will be yes. The Leonardo da Vinci Discworld XP.
What are the problems you're experiencing?
Mainly weight. If it is going to fly, it has to be light. But Two Conkers had suggested using bombastic wood for the frame, which is extremely light for its strength. I have to raid one of my floating designs to get enough of the stuff, but it should work.
If weight is a problem, why does it seat two people?
The patrician said he would be most interested in a device if it could be used to fly two people.
You don't know why?
Well, he said he was interested in how far you could travel in it.
Come to think of it, I suppose Veterinary might be interested in getting a long way from the city in a hurry one day. Could you fly a long distance in it?
I imagine you'd get very tired. Still, if it were moving over a flat surface, you might get some additional lifting things up force reflected off the ground, which would mean it would be easier. I call this the reflecting some of your lifting things up force off the ground effect.
Well, this is all very interesting, but it isn't helping my case much.
Alright, do you know anything about this thing?
Do either of you recognize this?
Is of much familiarness.
From where?
Near sort being somewhere near. Ha! Yesness. Seal on temple in Alkali.
It's the seal on the doors of a temple?
May I see?
Sure, why not?
Ah, yes, I recognize that. That's from the temple with the intricate door locking mechanism, isn't it? Quite a marvel of technology for the era it was built, those doors. I was very impressed with them. Now, what was the name of the god it was dedicated to? I can't quite remember.
I know.
I am sure you do, but give me a moment and it'll come to me.
I think he meant it's from the Temple of Anu Anu.
Ah, yes. I remember. The Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. A lovely building.
And this
Lovely.
is a replica of the seal.
Of much sureness. Replica of most exactitude.
That might be helpful to know. Thanks. I'd found how it got.
Alright, so we got a new clue. And the new clue is Temple of Anu Anu at Alkali, which is interesting because the dwarf was calling him himself something along those lines. Alright. So we've still got a few places we haven't been yet. Merchants Guild and the New Hall. So I think that was on the board in the pub. No, maybe it's not. I don't know what this is.
Unseen University was
Oh,
positioned
cool.
along a large stretch in the River Ankh, and its campus was convoluted enough that it was hard to tell where the university ended and the city began. It would be wrong to say that the people of the city respected the wizards of the university, and it would be wrong to say that they hated them. In fact, all you could really say was that both the citizens and the wizards were glad of the wall that stopped them from having to socialize on a daily basis. Mrs. Foames,
Yes? I am she. What do you want?
May I come in?
No, you may not.
I've come about the job.
Is that a fact? Very well, you may enter, but wipe your feet. I won't have the help messing up the carpets.
I think there's been a bit of confusion here.
Now, you've come for the job, Mr.
Luton. And yes, I am interested in the job.
Well, as the head chambermaid, the decisions about hiring staff falls on my shoulders. Do you have any experience?
No, but I'm a fast learner.
Well, the pay is $2 a day. There are no perks. If you want it, it's yours.
Can you tell me about Unseen University?
It's not the business of help to discuss their employers.
Exactly. Yes. No, Cameron, I got that bit.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I have better things to be doing than talking to you, you know.
Okay, so this is the Unseen University. So you could probably ask about the wizard's murder. Assuming I can find the page.
Is it dangerous working here? Only I heard that one of the wizards was murdered.
Don't let that bother you, Mr. Luton. The affairs of the staff are not our concern.
You don't think I'm in any danger?
Goodness, no. The odd death is just the natural course of campus politics, I'm afraid. It's a shocking turn of affairs, but we mustn't question it. Dead men's pointy boots, and all that.
What?
Now, do you want the job or not?
Dead men's pointy boots?
Yes. No questions asked as to the manner of their emptying, if you know what I mean.
I see.
Just leave it at that.
I'll take the job. When do I start?
You can start now by making the beds. The dorm is through that door. I advise you to leave before the students get back.
Why?
Boys will be boys, Mr. Luton. And apprentice wizards are the worst kind of boys imaginable.
Gross. Alright.
I guess I'd better get to work.
Very good.
Is this... Can we go here?
Mrs. Folmes?
Well,
this is just a way of...
I haven't got...
This is just a way of talking to
I
her.
guess I'd better...
Indeed.
Alright. What's that? Can we sniff? Let's do a bit of saving. Alright. Nope. These are smells we've learned. Alright, here we go.
The dorm was full of the
What is going
jangling
on
sense
here?
of the students.
Oh, it's
But the most
Octarine.
surprising thing was the Octarine board. As a wolf, I smelt the words on the board. The chalk marks showed up as sparkling traces against the odorless board. It seemed to be a list of subjects the young apprentices were studying. Occult perils of lace-making, basic myth and monsters, principles of thaumic imponderability, and temples of the Great Nev. Under the list of subjects were the words, "You must read a chapter on each before the next lecture."
Oh, okay. So we can't stay in that mode. Locker with disturbing. Unlocker with disturbing aroma. Rugged locker. Unstable locker. Another door. There's a fair bit going on here. Porter. Alright. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves. What else is there?
The Octarine board appeared blank to my eye. A few sticks of chalk, a type of chalk made from octarine carbonate, were resting on the top of the board.
Okay.
I tried to write on the octarine board with the chalk, but I couldn't
Chalk.
see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes.
Okay. So we've already looked at it with our werewolf powers.
The students had their very own unlockers to keep their possessions in. This locker seemed to wobble slightly. Unlike the other unlockers, this was probably one of the students' cantrips that hadn't worn off yet. As for the unlocker's contents, the less said about them, the better.
Rugged unlocker.
This unlocker seemed rugged, if slightly beaten up. I searched the unlocker, but found nothing I wanted to think too hard about.
Disturbing aroma.
Even as a human, I could smell something very disturbing coming from this particular unlocker. Given the smell of the unlocker, I was grateful it was locked. This sturdy-looking unlocker seemed in better condition than the others. The only interesting thing I could find in the unlocker was some books.
Nice. What's in
I
the books?
guess the rumors about the students weren't true. They did do some studying.
Yeah. Hey.
What have we got? Occult primer, monster fun grimoire, Fullamyth, the theory of thaumic imponderability, lost temples of the great Nev.
Can we use those books?
What?
Nope. Seen this. Can we make the beds? It is our job, after all, to make beds.
For a brief moment, I considered actually making the beds. Fortunately, good sense prevailed.
Fair enough. And there's some pointy boots. Can we stay as a werewolf for a bit longer?
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to.
Okay.
I could make a hideous screeching noise if I
Okay.
When I mentioned the murder at Unseen University to Mrs. Foames, she said something about dead men's pointy boots.
Hello, Harry Squishmas. Welcome in. How's it going? We're playing Discworld Noir.
I altered one of the subjects on the board, switching the Great Nev for Alkali. Now all I had to do was see if anyone took the bait.
I don't know what I just did there. Harry Squishmas, you are in luck. Because I have a presentation. Start from first slide. Let's get out of here. Alright. So, this is the story so far for Discworld. I'll just briefly go through it, because there's a bit of story. Basically, you are Detective Luton, and you're hired by Carlotta to find her lover, Mundy. So in the first, a lot of this happened in the first act, but basically he arrived via ship. Public servant skill set intensifies. Oh no. He arrived via ship a few days ago. We managed to track him down to a room in the Octarine Parrot, but unfortunately he was murdered in front of us, essentially, and we're a suspect for his murder. There's the Count of Uberworld, who Carlotta married into his family. He's basically paying you on the side to find out a bit more information about the case. Ilsa and two Conkers were two passengers that are on the Milk of the ship, along with Mundy. Turns out Ilsa is an old flame, but she's now married to two Conkers. He's got an assassin chasing him, so he's hiding out with Leonard de Quirm, doing some inventing stuff. There's the criminal underworld with a giant troll called Horst, and his right-hand man Alkali. He was after an artifact that he thought that you were searching for, but you were searching for a man, so there's a bit of confusion there. And the Watch have been investigating a string of murders. They believe that you're related to it somehow, but a friendly gargoyle has been your alibi for some of them. Also on the side, you've had a little job searching for a troll called Therma, for Malachite the Troll. After a bit of searching, we managed to arrange a meeting, but Malachite was murdered instead. And you're under suspicion for his death as well. Finally, there's a golden sword. So it turns out Mundy was not Carlotta's lover, but was instead a delivery man. And he was delivering a sword, but he died before he could deliver it. So Carlotta just seduces yourself to try and find it, and you've managed to track it down. But unfortunately, after you found the sword and you're about to exit the building you found the sword in, you were chased by somebody and killed and murdered. And that wasn't the end of the game. You actually wake up from your grave, and it turns out you're a werewolf now. You're greeted by Gaspo the Wonder Dog. So what will happen next in Act 3? So far we've been tracking down our murderer, and we've found their lair. So they're probably like a monster of some kind. And we're now pretending to be a cleaner in the unseen university, getting some more information. We found a pendant in a lair, so we're trying to see if we've got any clues for that. Can you die in this game? No, you can't. Apart from for story reasons. But no, it's all pretty safe to play. So there doesn't seem to be any soft locks, and from what I've read, if you miss clues later on in the game, there'll be other ways of making up for lost clues. It's pretty self-contained. I did find one bug, but amusingly, it was I had lost. As part of the game, you get a crowbar, and then you lose it because it gets taken from you. But somehow I managed to pick up another one. So when I used it in a place where it would make sense, the game actually said, that would be great if you were a tester or someone who hacked the game. And I'm like, I didn't do any of those things. So, yeah. The only problem with this game is it's kind of hard to run on modern systems. Otherwise, I would be recommending this to everybody to check out, especially if you like Discworld. Yeah, I hope that brings you up to speed in regards to the game storyline. Let me know if you have any questions. Also, it's pitch black. Yeah, so it's evolved from LucasArts Adventures rather than Sierra. I think so. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. It is pitch black, and I've actually got a filter on. That brings you up to speed? Oh, cool. So I've actually got color correction on this, so if I turn it off, the game, this is what I see in the original game. And so this is me adding brightness just so it's visible in the stream. But yeah, I'm glad that brings you up to speed. Streamer, welcome in. How's it going? Let me give you a quick shout out. So, streamer has, she's a relatively new streamer, and she's been doing some retro streaming. She's recently been playing Lands of Lore, as you can see in the shout out. Sitting by a fire outside. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, it's getting a bit cold here in Australia. It's like playing a game while covered in soot. Yeah, it's dark, it's gritty, it's noir. Sitting by a fire, cool. That I wouldn't mind doing that myself because it's quite cold here currently. 2 whole drinks, yes, drinking. Hooray! Yeah, we're just bumbling through this game at the moment. Slip disc. Oh no, that's the game for anyone who's over 40. Welcome in, French Toast, please. It was French Toast's birthday yesterday, I think. So please give him a birthday follow. He's also a very, very cool streamer.
Hi, streamer.
Somehow, thank you. No worries. For the longest time, you thought Terry Pratchett was Australian for some reason. Oh, it's Bindi. Hello, Bindi. How you going, girl? Bindi's got a little wonky foot at the moment, so. Oh, hang on a sec. Bindi! Hello, girl. Oh, you alright? Okay. She's just hanging out in the back. You think it was because he wore a hat? Yeah, a lot of Australians are known for wearing hats. I love all these Bindi emotes. Also, hello, Ghoul Babe. Welcome in. Let me figure out my shout command. If you like watching retro streamers and people playing Flight of the Amazon Queen, give Ghoul Babe a follow. She very generously gave me like a massive raid the other day, so give her plenty of follows. Terry Pratchett visited us quite often. I met I met him in 1996 in Canberra, and he signed my copy of that. That's amazing. I'm extremely jealous, Cameron. You're being a creepy lurker. It's not creepy at all. It takes a lot of energy. I think like there's one level of energy to just sit and watch the stream, and then there's like another level to actively participate and chat. And there's no shame in being a lurker. Just hang out, enjoy the stream. It's all good. And thank you for lurking. And Cameron, I'm very jealous. And Bindi's just, I don't know what Bindi's doing. I haven't quite got a dog cam set up yet. Just pretend everything on this side of a room is a complete mess. He appeared at CanCon 96, held in January each year on the Australia Day weekend. Wow, okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I was only kind of vaguely aware of Terry Pratchett in the 90s. It wasn't until later that I started reading him in good faith, in earnestly. But yeah, I'm very jealous.
The burly porter had inflexible written all over him in large ironclad letters.
Inflexible.
What are you doing here?
The name's
CanCon
Luton.
means something different.
I'm working for Mrs. Fones.
You're the new bed maker, eh? Well, you can't come any further than this, Luton. Wizards only in the library, ain't you?
Wizards only?
Well, wizards, apprentices, and orangutans.
Are you a porter?
No, I'm a bledlow. And there's a difference, all right?
I don't know what the difference is. I seem to be extremely productive during your streams. I don't know how that happens, but it's good to hear. Having on my projector in the kitchen is full of fresh loaves of bread. I'm making a dress, painting a garg, practicing roller skating. Are you doing all of these at once? Like, are you making a dress while wearing roller skates and sculpting with another hand? I'm jealous. I'm jealous of your productivity, though. Reverse engineer something. Yeah, make some bread and then reverse engineer the bread back to its original ingredients. Terry was very interested in the Star Trek Next Generation 1996 calendar, which features the books from Klingon Sisters list. Okay, very interested. Okay, today I learned. Turn bread back into dough. Exactly. Yes. Turn kitchen into roller disco. There must be something in the water. Yeah. But please, yeah. So that's why I left the I put this garg here to hopefully encourage you to keep going with your garg sculpturing. Also, because I thought you were talking about gargoyles initially, which is why there's a gargoyle.
What's a bledlow?
We look after the students.
Look after them?
Just like the watch looks after the city.
You throw your weight around and beat them senseless when they do something wrong?
It's about the size of it, yeah. You don't mess with the lobsters.
Lobsters?
Just a nickname we've picked up over the years.
Why?
If you see us get our hands on a student, you'll understand.
You make it sound like you're hunting them down.
Of course. All students are guilty of everything.
Okay.
Where are all the students?
They're off playing Unseen University Challenge against the students from the Assassin's Guild.
What does that involve?
I don't know. Given the way most sports are conducted round here, it probably involves a very careful inspection of half the pubs in Ankh-Morpork.
What makes you say that?
Heard of the City and Guilds?
No.
When the guilds started setting up their own colleges, there was a lot of rivalry between the various students.
Rivalry?
Well, the university students used to be ambushed by gangs from the guilds, really.
Used to be.
Well, given the faculty's relaxed attitude to sudden death, most of the staff preferred dead students on account of them being easier to teach. But I gather the guilds decided that enough was enough because all the bodies around the place made it very hard to open doors.
So what did they do?
They founded the City and Guilds match. See, the idea was to carry a football from the outskirts of the Shades to the Tower of Art. Goals being scored by kicking the ball through the door of certain landmarks.
What sort of landmarks?
The sort with names like the Mended Drum and the Bunch of Grapes. The scoring team was bought drinks by the other teams, you see. And after a few years, the Arch-Chancellor ruled that only one goal could be scored in each pub since the match had, for 3 years running, had gone on for a month.
What's this got to do with Unseen University Challenge?
Well, the university tends to leave the City and Guilds match to the guilds. They prefer a more cerebral challenge.
Such as going straight to the pub, not passing go, and not bothering to come back.
That'd be my guess, yes.
So they're not coming back?
Well, they'll be back. They need to come to the library to get their course books.
Alright, so that was the world's longest conversation dialogue. What year is this game from? It is Discworld Noir is a 1999 adventure game. But I believe PlayStation was also 1999. So it was on the PC, and then a little bit later it was ported to the PlayStation. Only really ever got a European release. So the PlayStation only has a PAL edition. There's no NTSC. Yeah, it was kind of in this awkward Windows 98 era of games where they don't quite work on modern systems. I'm sorry that you're mad about that pun, MCC. Add a t-shirt show off redemption. How about just a one for free for now? There's a good old Aldo on my t-shirt. There you go. I just have a whole pile of random t-shirts. Extremely niche within niche t-shirt. I know, that's why I like it. But I can always add a t-shirt redemption. I don't know how. I guess it would have to be just one per stream. I don't know if people would want to keep looking at it. You dig it? That's good to hear, French Toast. I hope you wear that frog shirt on stream sometime. Which one? Do you mean the one that looks very similar to this? Did Bennett send me this? No. So I think MZizzy found like a website that was doing cheap t-shirts for Christmas or something like that. So I just got an outdoor screenshot and scaled it up and made sure it was. It's a bit of a weird Mario vibe. Oh, you have no idea, streamer. Yeah, so I sort of put this together, made sure the aspect ratio was right. My only minor criticism for poor old Bennett's is his Aldo has the wrong aspect ratio. Oh, the one with the 20th Century Frog. Do I have that one? Did I make a t-shirt for that one? I can't remember. If I didn't, I should make one. And check it in, check it out, or the sun will never shine. I thought I did. Did I? I can't remember now. Maybe I was threatening to. Do I still have? I used to have a MIDI of that song, but I don't know where I put it. I was going to make a frog shirt. Yeah, maybe it was MZZ making one. Both for game. Yeah, the TKO images. I figured the death scene. Yeah, it would make a rad shirt. I'm trying to remember. Because I did make some TKO shirts, but I don't know where they came from. Now, where they went now. now I want a Crystal Glory Hero shirt, go for it. Just there are plenty of websites now that just that will very cheaply make a t-shirt for you. Just steal some copyrighted art and put it on a shirt. No one will mind. I don't know. Will this work? This might not work, but let's have a look. No, that's not what I want. Sorry, just bear with me for 1 second. This should do it. Oh yeah. Okay. Hang on. So, streamer, were you unfamiliar with Aldo's adventure? Let's figure this out. Transform. So this is Aldo's adventure, and I'm hoping it's not going to be too loud. No, okay. So, the streamer, let's go. Hang on. Destiny Work Red Shirt. Yes, make your own. Laurie and Corey wouldn't care, and Ken Williams is a billionaire. So, I don't know about a billionaire, but yeah, he probably doesn't care. Straight up girl magnet. With Sharpies. Aldo's so ominous. All right, so I'm terrible at Aldo. So I only know this game. Well, no, I know this game because I played the crap out of it as a shareware game in the early 90s. But I didn't know there were 2 sequels until much later when streamers like Bennett's and MZizzy were playing it. So Bennett's is doing a lot of speed running of this game. And yeah, it's essentially a rip-off of Mario. The graphics look very familiar, for example. Let's gotta wait for this. Come on, what are you doing? And it's got some weird physics. So if you're holding down the arrow keys while you're jumping, you'll actually go through a floor. And that's deliberate design. So you have to actually let go of the arrow keys. That's going to be annoying. So these barrels come out randomly every second. Slightly off dimension. The dimensional merge makes things like Aldo exist. Yeah. You can make like a whole Twin Peaks-esque storyline about Aldo, probably. So you might see there's like a little notch here. And sometimes I can land on it. Sometimes I can't. I'm pretty terrible. Let's just try it a long way. Hello, Maxi. Ah, goodbye, Maxi. That was Maxi, by the way. Oh, alright. Do I still have Control W? I do. Because I hacked this is actually a re-implementation of Aldo. So I added a cheat key to skip levels. Because I'm a dirty cheat. Your dogs are mythical creatures. They like to make a brief appearance. Ugh. Oop. You don't want to live in Canada? That was kind of a weird statement. What? Oh, because French toast. Aldo's from the dimension where you all live in Canada, and I grew up in Logan Central. I don't know what that means. Oh. This level's annoying. Alright, then, yeah. Anyway, that's Aldo. So, streamer, if you want to play some weird DOS games, definitely check out Aldo. Sorry about that. I thought it might be cool, but don't know if it worked. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
Still here?
I don't want to live in a
Someone
street.
has to keep an eye on the concourse.
Does he know anything about
Does
the
this
pendant?
mean anything to you?
I'm just a Bledlow Luton. I don't know anything about that.
I feel like we're only going to be asked about murders here. So let's ask about the wizard murder. Fine. Cursed Dimension MZZ lives in the Czech Republic and hates everything about it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, dead man, pointy boots.
Have you heard the expression, dead men's pointy boots?
Of course.
What does it mean?
Well, towards the upper levels of magic, where the number of positions get few and far between, wizards advance primarily by the untimely death of their bosses.
And the pointy boots?
Well, the point is, no questions are asked as to the emptying of those pointy boots.
Okay. My alternative self is a Bosnia and Herzegovina Bosnabu.
I hear the reader of esoteric occultism was murdered.
Oh, Herzog?
Yep. Old Mathan was so full of poison, even the worms wouldn't touch him.
He was poisoned?
That's right. Right here in the Widdershins wing of the university.
Yes,
You don't sound
I do
concerned.
have that somewhere.
I just keep an eye on the students. The wizards can do what they like to each other.
I also have a grandma's favourite t-shirt.
Who do you think killed Matham?
Well, that shouldn't be hard to work out, eh? Just see who fills his shoes.
You think it was an internal matter?
I don't see why not. No one else has got a reason to be killing wizards, have they, eh?
Andrew Capital lives in my basement.
Well, I'd better leave you to it.
That sounds ominous. Wait, was he the artist of the dead fish? Andrew Capital slept in my basement. There's a lot of Andrew Capels. Or do I not know my keen history? Sip? Good idea. Sorry, but no, please continue being weird nerds. Guy from New Zealand, he did a bunch of Commander Keen fan stuff.
Mrs. Folmes?
Well, what do
also
you
girl
want?
magnets.
I haven't got time to waste talking to you.
Andrew
you
Keppel
know.
is a girl magnet. Okay.
I guess I'd better get to work.
Very good.
Right. I feel less bad about not knowing who he is. Because I was like, was he one of the artists in id Software that I hadn't heard of before? Girl bait.
I was pretty sure.
So I think these books have changed now. Now he mostly does
I
Simpson
had a
memes
feeling
and
I
stuff
wasn't going
about
to get away with
dinosaurs.
stealing the book. A copy of Frescoes and
Uh-huh.
Fatal Traps of the Temples of Alkali miraculously appeared after I changed the Octarin board. I guess the students took their studies more seriously than I thought, but fortunately they still didn't have much idea what it was they were studying most of the time.
Okay, so now we can put the pendant on this book.
The pendant's design matched the one in the book for the seal of the temple of Anu Anu at Alkali. The temple was famed for its intricate door mechanism, and the book described how to manipulate the seal to open the temple doors. I used the same method on the pendant, and it opened with a faint click. Inside was a small piece of paper with names on it. One name leapt out at me. Therma.
Oh.
I decided to keep the list to myself.
Yeah, it's strange. So he did actually visit Canada and stayed in your basement. That wasn't just a made-up throwaway line. It's a conduit for why I have files by Harry Squishmas on my computer from when I was a tween. And apparently French Toast played ramp. Okay. I have never met this guy. Apparently he's had such an effect on all of your lives. Alright, so this is the new area that we found out about. Merchants.
The Merchants' Guild was the youngest of the Ankh-Morpork guilds, founded in self-defense by the city's traders and shopkeepers when they realized their role in the grand scheme of things was to be robbed. Robbing fat merchants, it seemed, was a perfectly socially acceptable, even heroic thing to do. Consequently, they weren't the friendliest of guilds either. I wasn't holding out much hope that they'd help me. Evening.
Usually is when the sun sets.
Is everyone in this city a smart aleck?
Who's he?
He used to be a regular at the Mended Drum. He made a reputation as a know-it-all.
Used to be?
The Mended Drum is a bad place to use the phrase, no.
Where did they find his body?
The Shades. And the Diesel Gate. His kidney down a well in Dolly's sister's, I think. Bits of his innards all over the place. Sounds like he had a lot of guts.
Oh dear. He's important, but not I have a Wikipedia article level important. Or is it people have tried to make a Wikipedia article but has been removed multiple times as being not notable? Flash animator I had a weird crush on as a 13-year-old. Gotcha. Really should post an image of the three of us in front of French Toast's sister's car sometime. Yes, you should. You should definitely do that. And then we'll make a t-shirt from it. Failed icy hot stuntaz homage. That pic didn't really fan out. That's right. We'll still make a t-shirt from it regardless.
So how did you end up working on the door?
There's only so many good positions to go around.
I take it this isn't one of them.
Oh, it's not that bad. I get to hear all the interesting news with this job.
And has anything interesting happened recently?
Oh, yes.
Such as?
We got a new kettle.
Yes.
Much nicer than the one with the leak that we used to use.
You boiled water in a kettle with a hole?
Well, we made a lot of steam anyway. It wouldn't stay in the cups, though.
And that's the most exciting thing that's happened here.
Oh, exciting. If you want exciting, you should see the new colour scheme in the coin shaving room.
Come on. Someone was murdered.
Come on, man.
Wasn't that exciting?
Oh, sure.
Why didn't you mention that?
A guild policy. We're not to discuss the incident with outsiders.
The incident. Okay. Totally making creepy shirts with people's faces on them for packs. Except I kind of already have a shirt with fire broadside space on it. That's true, me too. And I've got one of MZZ's cat. I've got one of MZZ as a cat. I've got one of Fractal My Mike's floppy disk. Not his face though. But yeah. Lots of streamer merch. Also, speaking of kettles, so it's true that Americans, I guess by extension Canadians, don't have kettles. Like, you just boil water in microwaves and on stovetops? Because Australia has electric kettles and they're amazing. But I think we've got like 240 volts, whereas you guys have like 110. So that you don't boil water as efficiently. You really made it when people start making knockoff merch of you. Yeah, true. You totally. I have to ration the number of times that I look at MZZ's bad cat shirt because I get a chuckle every time I see it as going. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to look at the shirt too often and ruin the magic. But it's hilarious. Don't have a kettle. I boil water in a pot. So when you make a cup of tea or coffee, you bring up the stove. Like you don't just press the button on your kettle and wait for it to boil it. I'm not above boiling water in a microwave either. Okay, this is weird. Do it at the kettle. Okay. So you do have kettles. I'm making a knockoff shirt design of you. No. I don't know what you would make. Just make a Ned. Yeah, there's plenty of Ned Kelly shirts out there. Stove for soups, cooking, etc. Okay, so it's like a cooking. Yeah, no. Most Australians have like a separate electric kettle that they make. Yeah, no. If you wish to make a knockoff shirt, go for it, MZZ. I don't know if there's any good pictures of me that would make a good shirt, but if you find one, by all means. What's happening? It was horrifying. Glen Rowan. Hang on, what is Glen Rowan? What is going on here? Learning all these things that I don't know about. Literally everything with Ned Kelly. Oh, right, okay. I don't know my history. Procopship spells Sonneveld as Sonveld or something. Can't be sued. There have been so many different pronunciations and spellings of my name. I'm used to them all. Son of a Veld! I live near Mad Dog Morgan's Lookout. These small towns need the tourist money. Son of a Veld, yes. Yeah, I'd buy a Son of a Veld t-shirt. So I'm worried if I ask about all this stuff, it's going to go on forever. So let's just ask about the merchant murders and things
About
like that.
this merchant that was killed.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to discuss the incident with outsiders. A guild policy.
It wouldn't hurt to tell me the broad details, would it?
It would hurt a lot. They'd throw me off the roof.
No one's going to know.
I'd know about hitting the ground.
Is it really that important to you?
The Merchants Guild takes its policies very seriously.
So it seemed. I had to find a way to exploit that.
Okay.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
I can't help you there.
Seinfeld logo. That could work. I don't know if I'm known for Seinfeld stuff, but yeah, that could work. What's the deal with
I hear up at the
Discworld,
Unseen
airplane
University,
food?
they talk about dead men's pointy boots.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Really?
Yes, they ask no questions about how a wizard's shoes were emptied.
Operate the same policy here, do you?
What? Hey, what are you implying?
Well, you know. Here you are, stuck on the door. Then a merchant gets killed, leaving a vacancy in the hierarchy.
I did not kill Gaming.
But there aren't any witnesses to that, are there?
There aren't any witnesses at all. He was alone in the guild house when... Oops.
Thanks for the information.
Wait. Don't tell anyone I said anything. They'll lynch me.
I'll keep quiet if you tell me everything you know.
No, I've already said too much.
Well, it was good while it lasted. Now all I had to find out was how Gaiman had been killed. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to learn that here.
Okay, so we're done here. Cameron has to go chainsaw some wood. I'll be headphoned in. No worries. Thank you for the lurk. One day I'll set up a lurk command. And French Toast. So I'll read out some things. So French Toast said, "You see, the deal with Discworld is that it's a 1999 Windows adventure game. It's currently hard to play due to its formatting. Thanks for writing." And MZZ is jealous of your wood chainsawing ability. And then she posts Bump Off Tornado, Can I Borrow a Feeling emote from The Simpsons. Alright, so let's leave this Merchants Guild for now and go back into the city. I want a 90s adventure game called Discworld. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something.
Who would say I like to see
I would
this
play
time?
that too.
Can I see the count?
I am not in a position to know how good your vision is, but
no.
you may see the Count.
Still here, I see.
In a sense.
Highbury says he wants a 90s adventure game called Discworld. And then French Toast says, I refuse to correct myself. I want anything called Discworld. And then M. Zizzy is now asking about there's only one photo of Sonnevel that is easily accessible on the internet. Yep, that's the way I like it. Who has the secret stash of Sonnevel photos? I would probably me. Hopefully me myself has the largest stash of Sonnevel photos. And not some weirdo somewhere with a binder full of pictures of me. It's not as hard as painting aerobatic roller derby. Yes, that's true. I think Grey Bearded Gamer is very excited to learn of Discworld as well.
I'll just type everything like this. Free clips /Sonneveld. Saying Sonneveld some breath.
I think people like it when you can only find those in OnlyFans. Yeah, it's true. They're just Patreon wouldn't accept me. I feel like some people like it when the streamer reads out chat. I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of a fine line between like, is it a conversation between people? Probably don't need to read it out. Cameron, it sounds impressive, but it's not. I'm just doing crap while eating giant sticks of raw meat. Living the dream. Living the dream. Alright, let's see if he knows anything about the
Does
murder.
Dead Men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
They use it at the Unseen University, do they not?
So I understand.
It is accurate. The wizards do have pointy boots. It's traditional.
I think it has some other meaning.
That would explain why I have heard it mentioned in the guilds. Their boots are seldom pointy.
Iguana on the stick.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
Of course.
You were there?
Well, yes. I have to be. But this is very irregular.
Of course. You know about all these murders, don't you? I mean, you're basically an accessory after the fact. Or possibly before the fact.
Young man, I am the fact.
Well, tell me everything
I am
you know.
the fact.
Are you sure? It would take millions of years.
I meant about this case. We could stop anyone else from being killed.
No. Absolutely not. You can't expect me to be a witness in a murder inquiry. I'm going to take the fifth.
The fifth what?
No one ever says what fifth. They just take it. And I'll have the 6th, 7th, and 15th through 23rd, just to be on the safe side.
So you won't tell me anything?
Oh, lots of things. I like to talk to a man who likes to talk.
But you won't tell me anything about the murders?
I will not. Supposing that caught on. You think I want to spend every day in a witness box?
Even though Death said he wouldn't tell me anything, I had a suspicion that I might be able to learn something if I could just trip him up. I'd have to be careful, though. The last thing I wanted was to get Death upset with me. He's not a guy you want as your enemy.
Interesting. Okay. What's going on? So, Iguana on the stick. I wish Hook and M's Dizzy up. Yep. That would be an interesting meal. Maybe I'd try it once if I knew it was an actual designed to be edible. Better than a cut my own throat meat pie. Could be. It's possible. I'm a discerning meat pie fan. I only buy genuine meat pies from Sweeney Todd. I heard got good reviews.
According to the gatekeeper at the Merchants Guild, nobody witnessed Gaiman's stabbing.
Gaiman wasn't stabbed.
Really? How did he die?
He was strangled.
Interesting.
Thanks.
Blast. I didn't see that one coming.
Gotcha, Death.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
Only that he was a lot less tiresome than you and didn't have such a colorful vocabulary.
Yeah, that wasn't as useful. But we did learn that the merchant was strangled.
Well, goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Oh, you can be certain of it.
I know, right, Mzizi? I do appreciate that the game has stuck with having capitalized letters for all of Death's speech, like they do in the books. Has there ever been a lame iteration of Death? This is a good question. I have to think about that, because there's probably been like some child version of Death somewhere. Baby Death. Did you see the death of rats earlier? I'm just trying to find it. Boss Death Baby. Okay, that's kind of cool. The first Discworld book I ever read was Mort. Yes, Squeak. Yes. Wait. First one was Mort. Oh, right. Okay. I was always kind of sad because yeah, Mort doesn't appear in many books for reasons. But I guess it kind of fits in with the theme of death. I think we're going to meet Carlotta at some point, so let's go check her out in the cafe.
You wanted to see me.
I tried to reach you at the mansion, but you're never around when I need you.
You never need me when I'm around.
A funny thing happened to me the other day.
You arranged all this just to
Hello,
tell me an
MDZ.
anecdote?
It's a funny little story. I think you'll like it.
I'm listening.
The other night, someone stuck a sword through my ribs.
Ah, it must have been someone who knew you well.
The thing is, not long afterwards, I was in my coffin thinking about it when I realized I wasn't dead.
That
I
was
ain't dead
lucky.
yet.
Luck was not a factor. Why did you do it, Carlotta?
Do what?
Make me a werewolf.
If I hadn't, you'd be dead. Would you prefer that?
That's not the point, and you know it. You did something to me that was going to change who I was for the rest of my life. And you didn't even tell me.
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd understand. Besides, it wasn't as if I planned it.
Are you telling me you turned me into a werewolf by accident?
How long have you been a werewolf now?
Not long.
Have you felt what it's like? That force that pulls on you, that draws your attention to every jugular, pulsing with life? The irrepressible call of fresh blood? A sudden attention to the phases of the moon?
I have to fight to keep control.
We all do. Coming to a city of 1 million people, it's like a starving monkey wandering into a banana plantation. You learn to live with it.
And you decided to infect me with
Hello,
lycanthropy?
how's it going?
Infect is such a negative word. I prefer blessed.
You think this is a gift?
Of course it's a gift. It's the greatest gift I could give to someone. And I chose you.
Why?
You're a smart man, Luton. Figure it out.
You.
Can we add the grains back in? I'll yeah, I think I've been meaning to add a channel redemption for that. I'll make a note to remind myself.
No.
No. We should probably okay.
So, how many people have you killed?
I'm not that kind of a werewolf.
I suspected you were a killer even when you were just a woman. Now, I'm
Just
certain
a
of it.
I was never just a woman.
Yeah.
You expect me to believe you've never killed anyone?
I have a lot of self-control.
It didn't seem that way when we kissed.
Don't mistake passion for a lack of self-control.
Do all werewolves see the world the same?
Everyone sees the world differently, Luton. That's what life is all about.
I meant the colors. Do you see the same colors I do?
What color is the smell of the river Ankh to you?
A kind of cacophonous bright green.
I guess we do then.
Whoever killed me had a distinctive magenta scent. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Doesn't ring any bells.
There was something else about it, like a kind of fluorescent sparkle.
Like a greenish yellow-purple?
That's the one.
That's octarine.
Octarine? Sounds like a type of fruit.
It's the 8th color of the spectrum.
8th?
The basic color of which other colors are merely pale shadows impinging on conventional reality. The color of magic.
Conventional reality?
Or what passes for conventional on the Discworld.
What's that supposed to mean?
If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
So what smells of octarine?
Anything magical.
Then how come I've never seen it before? There must be 100 magical things in the city. Unseen University should glow like a sparkler.
Mortals can't see it, only wizards. Although we can smell it, of course.
That doesn't explain why Unseen University doesn't reek of it.
Well, it fades quickly in sunlight, and in extreme cases, walks away.
Does she know anything about the bestial attacker?
Have you seen anything strange around town recently?
What kind of strange?
A little birdie eater told me that Malachite was killed by something bestial.
A werewolf?
I don't think so. Whatever, it was vicious.
You don't think werewolves are vicious?
Cosmic Void,
You
thank you
should
for the
hear
100
my
bits.
aunts
It's,
talk
very
about
much
me behind
appreciated.
my back.
I think whatever
Hope
this
you're enjoying
thing is,
Discworld Noir.
it's more powerful than just a werewolf.
I think we've already asked her about the murder. Yeah, Cosmic Void, thank you. Thank you for so much. I'm sorry there's no text-to-speech for people to take advantage of yet. Batman's, exactly.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
No, I don't.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
No.
What do you know about
No.
Gaiman's murder?
Sorry, Luton. I'm not an expert on murders, despite what you may think.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I'm sure you can think.
There didn't seem much point to... I take it you don't know where the golden sword is now.
Of course not. Do you think I wouldn't tell you?
Frankly,
yeah.
my dear, I don't know what to think.
Frankly, my dear. I mean, this is a cool concept, but I think this needs a better way of navigating. That's not how that saying goes. You've ruined the game. Here we go. Here's
I
another
told
letter.
Carlotta when Malachite was murdered and asked her where she was at the time.
I was at a service then. Why do you ask?
A service?
I happen to enjoy services.
I bet I would too. Why don't you invite me to one?
I wouldn't be allowed to bring an unbeliever.
How do you know I'm an unbeliever?
I doubt you believe in anything.
A man can change. Don't you have a recruitment policy?
I'd rather not talk about religion. It's such a controversial subject.
So we asked her about another murder, and she claimed to have an alibi. I don't know if we've got a clue for that or not. Maybe we don't have it. That's okay. Yeah, so with the we tried to investigate her alibi, and So she was claiming she was at the Temple of the Small Gods during some of these murders. But the thing is, like, everybody was very willing to say, "Oh yes, I've seen her. She was here at that time." Like for two completely separate religions, which is not helpful. And I think we've asked her about
Reagan's
this.
dead.
I'm not so.
You don't seem...
Everybody.
Yeah, we had this
What?
conversation.
No point.
Where were you?
When was.
Shortly after dropping you off at the Temple of Small...
Well.
Here we go.
I can't help but notice that your recurring alibi for the murders is that you were at the Temple of Small Gods.
Everyone needs a little solace now and then.
You seem to need it a lot.
I'm not easily satisfied.
Which god is it that you worship?
I really don't like to discuss religion.
Come on. I
Non-specific
only want to know the
denomination.
name.
All right. Her name is Errata.
But I don't appreciate you prying into my spiritual affairs like this.
Can I pry into your physical affairs?
My affairs are never just physical.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
A little bit too hard-boiled, buddy.
Tell me about this goddess, Errata.
I already told you. I don't like...
She's not like Om, then.
He's
the god of Omnia.
Is that the place with the Quisition? All the overzealous holy wars and tortures?
It used to be. They had some kind of reformation, and now they're just overzealous about singing rousing hymns and distributing fundamentalist pamphlets in the street.
Well, that's a kind of torture all of its own.
You're telling me. I got cornered by one of them last week. How do you think I know so much about it? It was 3 hours before I could get them to leave. Thumb screws would have been quicker, at least.
So, Terry Pratchett's Small Gods. It's a pretty good book. You should check it out if you haven't.
Where can I find you?
I'll be around.
That's not very helpful.
What can I say? I go where I want to, with anybody I want. I just happen to be that kind of girl.
This isn't over, Carlotta.
I hope not. We don't have to be enemies, Luton.
We'll never be friends.
Let's not fight, Luton. We can work together, recover the sword together.
I don't know who you are anymore.
I'm the same girl I ever was, Luton. It's you that's changed.
You're telling me.
You know, Luton, you don't have to work with me. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, maybe just howl. You know how to howl, don't you, Luton? You just pull your jaws apart and blow.
After Carlotta had left, I sat alone in the cafe, thinking about my problems. As bad as it seemed, my life was still better than it was a few years ago. Back then, I would have sat alone in the cafe, drinking through my problems.
Hello, Samuel.
Samael.
Mr.
Samael?
Luton.
How's business, Samael?
It's pretty good, Mr. Luton. How are things with you?
Not so good. I think I'm so deep in trouble that I haven't even realized it yet.
You haven't had much luck, have you, Mr. Luton?
Not since the Hotel Pseudopolis.
That was when... Oh, I see.
That's okay, Samael. I don't mind talking to you about it. You're like family.
That was when we had the same person voicing both our characters. Alright, this, you know about any of these murders?
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
Sorry, Mr. Luton,
Alright. Alright, let's ask.
Have you heard about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
Sure thing. I was interviewed by the Watch about it.
You?
What?
Why?
He was the clerk in charge of the palace stores. He was the one who bought the wine for the palace.
Really? So do you know anything about the murder?
No, sorry. But there should be someone here from the palace any moment now to collect the next shipment. You could ask them.
I guess I could, but I doubt they'd tell me anything.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to bother.
Nope.
I didn't want to.
So this is the only one we don't know much about yet.
Thanks again.
No problem.
Oh. So he mentioned a shipment coming on. And we can't interact with any of this. I think this is similar to an earlier puzzle. Can we use it on any of these?
Okay, I suppose I could crack open a barrel, empty out the wine, hide inside, and wait for someone to carry me into the palace. But I'd need to be a lot more confident that I wasn't going to get caught, and that I wasn't going to wait days before being collected.
Okay. What do you want from me?
Okay, but
Okay. So the plan here is that we're going to sneak into a wine barrel into the palace, because we've seen a whole bunch of wine barrels, and Samael said, "Hey, they're about to pick up some barrels."
the empty barrels at the foot of the palace wall looked like they used to have wine in them. As far as I could tell, the barrels were just like the ones in the wine cellar of the Café Ankh, although these ones were empty.
And then if we do any smelling,
One of the empty barrels had a faint magenta trace to it. The scent was too weak for me to really remember it. The empty barrels were surrounded by a cloying red mist, and it had the shrill pitch of red wine.
magenta. So wine barrels.
Although superficially the two scents didn't match.
Can we match up smells this way?
Definitely the same scent as my killer,
Oh,
which meant
okay.
whoever it was made it into the palace concealed in a wine barrel. Why did that bring to mind the phrase, "You wait, time passes," and Thorin sits down and starts singing about gold?
Okay, a little bit meta there. Okay. So now if we go to the go here. Hopefully now he's confident. Oi, come here. Here we go.
I had a long wait, but it paid off.
Where are we now? What? Let's save this. Nutritions plus. What have we got? We got looting. Let's do a quick smell test. Traces of
My killer had definitely been here. The magenta scent. The scent of red wine wasn't as strong as in the cellar, but it was still noticeable.
Okay. Can we use the maroon one on here?
Although superficially similar, there was no mistaking the metallic.
Okay. And if we use the serial killer smell on...
It was the same.
Okay.
My killer.
Okay. Anything else here? I don't think there's anything else to smell. Alright, we have to do some human stuff. Boxes.
The storeroom was filled with boxes of food and supplies. I guess even the patrician had to eat every now and then. There really was the wine. It didn't speak too highly of the palace's security, but I wasn't complaining.
Okay. So, yet again, this is a room that has very little to interact with. So, but there is an exit, so let's go through here. That's a lot of doors. Alright. Well, we can't go down. Door. There's an exit that way. Okay. So not actually that much here. What's this door? Door.
I guess they didn't have an open door policy. Locked. I guess they did. I thought I could make a... I could hear a conversation on the...
Alright, can we smell the conversation?
The only noticeable scent in the... As a wolf, my hearing was dramatically improved. I could recognize one of the voices as Commander Vimes, and the other voice had the calculating tones of Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork.
Are you any closer to a solution for our mutual problem?
No, sir. I've been occupied.
Indeed. And what could occupy you?
There was a string of copycat killings. I've been trying to solve them.
And have you?
No. My lead suspect was killed.
That's me. That's me.
That is
killed.
very unfortunate.
It certainly was for Luton.
So there has been no progress in determining who killed Cypher.
Not as such.
I had been given to understand that this was precisely the situation you were well equipped to handle.
I will solve this case, sir. You can count on me.
Do you recall what I said the city reminds me of?
You said it reminds you of a clock, sir.
Indeed. Big wheels and little wheels, all turning at different speeds to keep the machine working. That, after all, is the most important thing. The machine keeps going.
You've told me this before.
Do you know why it keeps working?
Because you want it to keep working?
I'm flattered that you think I have such importance. But no, it keeps running because the people believe it will keep running. Faith is a powerful force.
There is a point to this, sir?
I always have a point. Sometimes it's sharper than others.
I'm sorry. Continue.
One of my clerks has been found face down in a vat of wine, and that makes it appear as if the administration has lost control.
And the administration is me, right?
We are all the administration. You do the work, and I take both the credit and the blame. Provided I do not take the blame, I am content. I trust I make myself clear.
Perfectly.
Suddenly, I could smell blood.
Okay.
It filled up my senses like a night in a forest. Except a night in a forest didn't make me want to tear someone's throat out. I didn't know whether the guard had cut himself or if I was just developing a healthy bloodlust, like any young werewolf. But I couldn't control myself. The next thing I knew, I was in my office. I had no idea how I got there, how I got my coat out of the palace, or where I'd got a traffic cone from. It had been that sort of night. I was sitting at my desk, thinking over the case, when there was a knock at the door.
I understand you've been a busy boy, Luton.
It's a busy life when you're a private investigator. Plus, you get to see interesting foreign places and learn a trade.
There was a commotion at the palace last night. Perhaps you know about it?
What goes on at the palace has nothing to do with me.
Indeed it is not. And if, for some reason, you did take an interest in the palace, I'm sure you would not be so foolish as to be caught breaking into the palace.
Of course not. Think I'm suicidal?
Strange you should say that. I heard you'd been killed.
I expect you hear a lot of things that aren't true. I bet someone has to explain them to you using very small words.
The thing is, the intruder at the palace appears to have been a werewolf.
There's a lot of that around this time of year, I understand. Must be the moon.
I paid my respects to your grave.
Oh, that was nice of you.
It was empty.
Oh, you know how it is. I get claustrophobic in narrow spaces.
So do werewolves, perhaps?
I wouldn't know about that.
Remember when I said how disappointed I was that I couldn't take you out for free?
Oh, that was a very touching sentiment.
Well, Lord Vetinari has generously offered to pay for the inhumation of last night's intruder.
He has a big heart.
It's a shame no one can find it.
Was there a point to your visit?
I was just passing through. Thought you might benefit from my advice.
How generous of you.
Well, I'll be on my way.
The door's behind you. I can explain how to use it if you want.
Watch your steps, Luton. I will be.
Alright, just a friendly warning there. Okay, so we found out about merchant murder. We're currently at the office. There wasn't much going on at the Parrot. We do have the note. That we found within the beetle thing. See if anyone. This guy Malaclips, he's not very useful.
I need your help again, Malaclips.
They'll all need my help sooner or later. They just...
Okay. Can we ask him about the list?
I read out the list of names to Malaclips, and that sounds familiar look came over his face.
Ah, yes. Anu worshippers are these.
Ooh.
The first ones. They're up to something secret, too. Out of Malaclips's ears, soft in the darkness, they scheme.
I'm investigating them. Want to know what I find out?
As long as it doesn't cost me anything. I don't make rash bargains, Luton.
Alright. So Anu. So there's another religious dude down the back here.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
If you must.
I wasn't about to reveal that I had the list to Mooncalf. I had a feeling that would be suicide. But perhaps I could use it to trap him. Someone told me that you know Therma.
Indeed. And who might that have been?
It's not important. Is she part of your cult?
No. No, she's not.
But you know her.
No, I've never met her.
I see. What about Satrap?
Are you intending to bore me with a list of people's names?
Yes.
I haven't time for this tomfoolery. I must preach the gospel of Anu.
Thy kingdom Coom and all that.
Yes, indeed.
I'd clearly unsettled him mentioning Coom. Now I just needed to sit back and watch what he got up to.
Alright, so we can use so since we know that we can eavesdrop on people, we can go to the cemetery.
That's all.
Alright, yep, okay, so I think this is, yep, here we go. So I believe if we turn into a wolf, we can look at the
This
window.
was the other side.
Somehow. Here we go.
With my sharpened wolf senses, I could hear what Mooncalf was saying to the troll.
And I think we may have to do something about it. We will have a meeting of the true believers after this evening's sermon.
Sure thing, boss. You want I should go now?
No.
Is that them?
You keep an eye on Luton if you can. I'll go back to the sanctuary and leave a message for the others.
You got it, boss.
Okay. So we've got another clue. And the clue is a true believer's
I'd
meeting.
overheard something interesting at the window of the Temple of Small Gods. Something about a meeting of the true believers.
Spooky bats.
I need your help again, Malaclips.
They'll all need my help sooner or later. They just don't know it yet.
Let's ask him about this new meeting that we
I
just learned
overheard
about.
Mooncalf talking about a meeting of the true believers. I'd really like to know what that was about.
It's tough to find out what the cult of Anu is up to.
Is there any way I could listen in to one of Mooncalf's sermons?
The sermons don't take place here. They hold them in the inner sanctum.
The inner sanctum?
It's the center of worship here in the Temple of Small Gods.
How come? I mean, there are a vast number of gods and goddesses that the temple has to provide for. Are you telling me they all have to share one room for the services?
Absolutely. High priests are always complaining that so-and-so was hogging the sanctum all morning, or that such and such left hair at the bottom of the holy font. It causes a lot of tension around the temple.
Can you get me in there? I'd like to have a look around.
I could arrange to have the sanctum for a while if I told them I had a follower, but I don't.
What about me?
Carlotta says she's a follower of Errata. Is that right?
Bah! I am the only true follower of Errata in the whole of Ankh-Morpork. Unless you have seen the light, Luton.
Seen the light?
Do you believe in the ways of Errata?
Sure.
How could I not? Surely, Errata is the most worthy of all gods to follow.
Either you've just had a miraculous conversion or you're learning to lie. Good! A useful skill in followers of Errata.
Okay, let's ask him about this.
So if I agree to be your follower, you can get us into the inner sanctum.
Yes, I can. But you wouldn't really be my follower. The followers of Errata don't follow each other. We don't even follow Errata. We follow our own ways.
So why is there a Church of Errata at all?
You're learning, Luton. Keep thinking like that
March on
and you'll
quick,
go
lad.
far in the church.
So can you get me into the inner sanctum?
I can, provided we can find a time when the cult of Anu aren't there.
Are Mooncalf's lot in there often?
All the time. And that's not all either. He sneaks away after each one. I think they've got a secret sanctuary somewhere.
I'd like to find that.
Actually, I'd quite like you to find it too.
Can't resist a secret, eh?
No, I'd just like to get in the way of everything Mooncalf does. Him and his big evangelical budget and hordes of out-of-tune followers singing and chanting at all hours of the day. He's gonna get his comeuppance, and anything I can do to speed it up suits me fine.
So you'll help me?
Secret
Wait
sanctuary
here.
somewhere.
I'll
Nice
go make
alliteration.
the arrangements.
I know, right? Adrift in the sea.
It took a while, but eventually Malaclips got me into the inner sanctum. Malaclips stayed by the door to warn me if anyone was coming.
Alright. Can we... Secret sanctuary somewhere by... Oh, I can't do any more than that. So I've got... Can I click on that? Oh, that's an arrow to go somewhere. Yet again, there's nothing to click on here.
With a paranoid like Malaclips at the door, this wasn't a good time to become a werewolf.
Right. Lectern, stained glass windows.
The inner sanctum sported a beautiful lectern. The plaque said it was donated to the temple by Mr. Fidean, of the militant servitors of Ikebana, goddess of topiary.
Ikebana.
Searching, I discovered there was a cavity in the base of the lectern.
Ooh.
There were small stained glass windows in the inner sanctum depicting the story of how a valiant mortal, pure and gentle, was cruelly tricked, taunted, and tortured by the gods. Just for a laugh.
Just for a laugh, you know.
The space under the lectern was large enough to fit a whole person inside. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room to move inside. And to my embarrassment, I got stuck.
Luton! They're coming! Hide!
I'm way ahead of you, Malaclips.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together in the sight of our God, Anu Anu, to speak of our devotion to the Anointed One at this, our time of need. But before today's sermon, I'd like to read from the cult bulletin
It's
for a
going
moment.
good adrift. Hang on a sec.
Firstly, there's a jumble sale next Saturday to raise funds to buy a fresh goat to sacrifice. We'd appreciate it if as many cultists as possible could attend. We don't want to have to sacrifice another pigeon. It hardly befits a deity of the illustrious wonder of Anu Anu to be sacrificed another of Mrs. Jerboam's gerbils either. Yes, I know they breed like flies, but that's not the point.
The sermon was one of the most tedious things I'd ever had to listen to. And as if that wasn't bad enough, then the hymns started. Why the gods wanted to listen to such droning monotony was a mystery to me, but I suspected they just liked to make the mortals suffer.
So how goes the adventures of Rob Brydon and Discworld? It goes pretty well. So we're about halfway through Act 3. So Act 2 ended with our death, and Act 3 starts with you waking up alive as a werewolf. So we're currently investigating our murder, as well as the murders of other people by this serial killer. So we found their lair. We found a locket or a pendant. Oh no! I ran out of time. I'm gonna have to go through that again. So we found a lair, and we found a locket, and in that locket was a list of people. And we managed to track it down to a religious member, a follower of Anu Anu. I don't know what's going on here. I was going to do a thing.
I tried to follow Mooncalf, but he moved quickly and his scent was rapidly swallowed up by the stench of the Ankh.
Yeah, right, okay. So the idea here is that we make...
Someone was definitely following me.
Okay. We try and make this guy smell a bit more. But yeah, so we're trying to investigate our own murder now. And in the background, there's still things about...
I need your help again, Malaclips.
Golden swords and stuff like that.
All...
Alright, let's go back here. So we were just here before. And then we were hiding under here. Come on, buddy. Now we can use this perfume.
I sprayed Mooncalf's feet with Sapphire's trawl perfume. That should make the little psychopath a little easier to follow.
So now we're back to the following animation.
Sapphire's perfume cut through the stench of the river like a trawl wading through a dwarf street rally. The bright reek led into the shades, the oldest and most dangerous part of the city. As a wolf, I listened to what the so-called true believers were saying through one of the windows of the sanctuary.
Greetings, brethren. I call to order this extraordinary general meeting of the secret cabal of the true believers of Anu Anu.
You smell nice tonight, boss.
What?
What is that? KC2?
What are you blathering about, Foyd? Anyway, I see we're all present.
Foyd, okay.
Therma not present, boss.
Therma has to keep a low profile at the moment. Do not concern yourselves with her absence.
Why should Therma have such special status? I have important business of my own to be doing, and these interruptions aid no one.
Yeah.
Quiet, satrap. Mooncalf wouldn't have called us together if it wasn't important.
Indeed not. There is an investigator, a Mr. Luton, who's been asking worrying questions.
That's me.
I think he may know about Nylon Ethertep.
No, I don't.
I do now.
Yes, I
I
do.
still say this is madness. There must be a better way to glorify our beloved Anu without taking such risks.
You always were the spineless one, Coombe.
Silence, Kondo. As chairman, I will not permit such disputes when
Writing
the
all
meeting
these
of
names
true
down.
believers has just been called to order.
When can we have a dispute?
It can wait until we reach any other business. Damn. Shh. What is it?
I heard something outside.
They say bravery is what tells the men from the boys. Well, I was a wolf, so I figured I could be brave and still run away.
Run away! Hey, hey, hey. So where is this sanctuary? Is it? It's in the shades. So here we go. Alright, so everyone's gone now. Ooh, this is cool. Can we sniff away? Yes, we can. Sweet.
The
Okay.
scent of the troll perfume blotted out everything else
Oh,
in
no.
the sanctuary.
Oops. Okay. No, we can't look at that.
For some reason, the cultists had a map of Ankh-Morpork in the sanctuary. I couldn't easily take the map, but I could use it to work out some things.
What things? Fresco.
The sanctuary was decorated with a strange and disturbing fresco. Closely examining the fresco, I could see that one of the symbols made a frequent appearance. The recurring symbol on the fresco was like a distorted star with an eye in the center. I wasn't sure what it was. I made a sketch of the symbol in my notebook.
Hooray! New clue. So can we use a clue? Can we use this strange symbol on the map?
The map couldn't help with that.
Apparently not. I think that's the first picture we've actually seen in the notebook.
Mooncalf's cultists had mentioned Nylon Ethertep, but at first I didn't know what it meant.
That's true. We don't know. Can we use all these killings on the map? Apparently, yes.
The murders seem to be along the edge of a circle. I guess if there were any more murders, they'd take place somewhere on that circle too. In the center of the circle was the Disc Theater. Oh, I had a bad feeling about that. How did I know if Ilsa was there or not?
I don't know, you tell me.
How did I...
What? I think I just had a clue stuck. Disc Theater, in the middle. Let's save.
Everyone on the disc knows the legend of Eleanor of Tsot. Or at least everyone knows a legend of Eleanor of Tsot. Or Krinix. Or El Harib. Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Tsotian Wars. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you the patrician is a kind and benevolent man. Never trust what most people tell you. The real cause of the Tsotian Wars was a little-known goddess called Errata.
What's the picture? Which one do you mean? Do you mean the one in our clue book? Or are you talking about my t-shirt? Or are you talking about something else that's in in my clue book. Yeah. It's the strange symbol.
I wanted to find out what the strange symbol in the sanctuary meant.
We don't actually know yet. We just saw it in that room. But yeah, it is the first picture we've actually drawn. Yeah, so when we were in that room before, there was a fresco on the wall and a few symbols, and that was the same symbol. So it looked important, but we don't know what it is yet. That looks pick upable. He does a stage, okay.
There was a flyer left behind on...
Oh. We have a flyer. So what does that look like?
I'd picked up the theater flyer from the Disc Theater. It told me about the plays in the Disc's current season.
Okay, so rather than the globe, we have the disc.
That's pretty good. You've been acting long.
One is either born an actor, or one is never an actor.
Yeah, I can just see you paddling about the womb with a script in hand.
Do you doubt my credentials as the
Rush
Disc's
Pirate 1.
premier performer of
Thank you
dramatic
for
scenes?
the raid.
As far as I'm concerned, one actor is as good as another. You come on, you speak your lines, and then you get killed. How hard can it be?
Here I stand, your slave, a poor, infirm, weak, and despised old man. Do you slight me such?
What?
You are not abreast of Well's fair
Could I have a globe theatre in a flat world? Yeah,
the
definitely.
name's Luton. And no, I
Sorry,
don't know
Rush Pirate.
Well's work at
Once
all.
this conversation's done, I'll say hello properly.
And my realm is that of tragedy and comedy. The finest arts are my purview.
Yeah, if you say so.
Right. Rush Pirate, thank you very much for the raid. How's it going? You were playing King's Quest 6. How are you finding that? I played it on stream recently. I did like the short path. I wasn't a massive fan when I first played it, but it's kind of growing on me now, and I can sort of see why it's people's favorite, King's Quest 6. But I'm kind of more of a, I think I rank it pretty highly, but I think I rank King's Quest 3 and 4 above 6 only because I played it when I was younger, so I sort of grew up with it. Rush Pirate felt a strange pulling sensation. Oh, you found it on GOG? Oh, 6 is definitely worth playing. I wonder if I can change this to... Do I still have it? I do. I just need to figure out how to unlock. Here we go. There you go, Rush Pirate. I hope that makes the game feel a bit more familiar for you. I want to play it through it again. Oh, okay, so you got the short ending. Yeah, so that's what I did. When I first played it years ago, I only played like the short ending, and I thought, oh, do I have to go through it all again to get the long path? But when I did short path recently, I tried to do it like I tried to get the minimum points. So even items that you could pick up along the way that you didn't need for the short path, I skipped them altogether. Death Pilot and Laugh. So thank you very much for rating Rush Pirate, and for everyone else who's come in. Yeah, so this is Discworld Noir, the last of the Discworld adventure games, and this is Act 3, and we're currently investigating our own murder. We were killed, but we're still alive because it turns out we were a werewolf, and we only just found out. So we're just talking to some random. So we've found a map of Discworld, of the city of Ankh-Morpork, to be more precise. And we noticed that all the murders have been on around a circle. So this is in the center of the circle, which could be related to the murders. So we're just asking around at the moment. But yeah, so hopefully this is a nice transition from King's Quest 6.
So you're an actor.
It is my calling to tread the boards, and for this I am called an actor.
Translation, yes. Why do you talk like that?
When one is blessed with silk, one does not wear cotton.
What's that supposed to mean?
You are not familiar with the ways of the theater, are you, my boy?
No. I always thought it was about getting killed in a different way every night.
Well, that's part of it. But it's also about the lines, the pomp and the circumstance.
That's really good voice work.
Men in skirts. Yes, yes. The play's the thing.
To catch the cash flow of the dim.
You disapprove? A man must his living make.
If he could make it with decent grammar, I wouldn't mind.
You should come and see the spectacle. Perhaps then you would cast less scorn upon our merry ways.
You want me to go to see a play?
Come to hear the wooden dialogue.
That's not much of a quote.
It was the best I could do at short notice.
What's playing at the moment?
Troculus and Chrysalic. The tale of the frailty of woman and the stupidity of a man in love.
With a lot of bloody deaths thrown in for good measure.
But of course.
Well, I have to...
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Whatever.
Whatever. Can I sniff around here? So this is the werewolf ability. So we can turn into a wolf, maybe.
I quickly transformed into a wolf and had a sniff around. There was an eerie, dark magenta scent in the theater. But what caught my attention was the magenta scent that seemed to disappear into the stage. My murderer had been here.
And then disappeared. So as a wolf, you collect smells, which is kind of a unique... I haven't seen many games do this. But smells are an inventory item. So our serial killer is this weird purple magenta, which is unrelated to these other women who also have magenta smells. But looks like the murderer has been here. Can this guy tell us any more about it? We don't know.
Mind if I ask some more questions?
It is neither here nor there. I couldn't possibly help you with that, my boy.
Boo. So this guy is kind of useless. I don't know.
What would you say if I told you I suspected people are being murdered to summon a terrible entity to destroy the city?
I would say, doomsday is near, die merrily.
That's from one of these silly plays, isn't it?
The King of Ankh, Act 4, Scene 1.
I was serious, you know. The disc might be the focal point for infernal forces that could destroy the city. I'd enjoy talking to you a lot more if you just stopped quoting those damn plays.
Yeah.
Do you realize how pathetic this makes you look?
What? Must I hold a candle to my shames?
Ugh.
You know, I think I'll be glad if this place does get destroyed by horrors from beyond time and space.
It'd be great publicity. Should I tell them how to spell my name?
Oh, God. So I don't think we actually know that about this word yet. We just know that there's a cult and that they were worshipping this thing. So I think the game is giving away a little bit too much.
Well, I have to go.
Parting is such...
Yeah. But we do have some new fancy names. And so we can visit the library.
Who would Sarah like to see this time?
I'd like to use the library again.
Very well.
Okay, so clue time. Let's look up this weird long name. Does it come up in the library?
The Necrotelecomnicon was a book that legend spoke of, saying that any mortal man who read it would be driven insane. I learnt about it from a copy of Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students with practical experiments that I found in the library. In this tome, there is a description of the old dark gods of the Disc, including the terrible laddering holler, Nylonathotep. Apparently, Nylonathotep was once summoned by a series of 8 murders, forming a perfect octagram, focused at the center of the Circle C, thus releasing it from the sunken city of Leshp, where he was trapped, along with drunken Cthulhu Bapalulu. The book speculated about the whereabouts of Nylonathotep now, but beyond him being safely imprisoned somewhere around the Circle C, it drew no conclusions.
So that's saying we've got some new clues. We've got 2 symbols now. Strange symbol, octagram letters. Let's try. I don't know how you would look up a strange symbol in a library.
I found the obscure star-like symbol in the Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students. It called it the sign of the eel, or the Elver sign. It was apparently a protective ward against some of the older, darker gods of the Discworld. The tome also explained how to inscribe one, the order of tracing being very important. Not that I believed any of this mumbo-jumbo, but hey, you can't afford to be too careful, right?
Can we search for... Oh, we've got a whole bunch of new stuff. Alright, hang on. I wanted to see if this would come up.
I looked up the octagram of murders in the library, but I could only find the entry I'd already seen in Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students.
Yeah, right. Oh, no, wait. Come back. That's not what I want. So I looked up that guy. Let's try a sign of the Elder sign.
I checked that I had remembered how to draw the sign of the eel correctly, and I had.
That really didn't give us much. And errata. So this is the god that allegedly Carlotta and ourselves are followers of now.
The only literature I could find on errata in the library was a leaflet published by Malaclips, who gave his permanent address as the only really holy corner of the Temple of Small Gods.
Gotcha. What's this? Would any of these come up in the library?
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
The names, just look them up.
I looked up Hwell in the library and found his complete works. In there was a discussion of the 8 great tragedies, Hwell's bloodiest works.
Well.
From the About the Author paragraph, I learned that Hwell was a dwarf who was banished from his tribe not only because of his claustrophobia, but because of his tendency to daydream. Both undesirable, to say the least, if you work in a mine. 102, and in the prime of his life for a dwarf, Hwell now worked for Vittler's Plays at the Disc Theatre as one of the premier playwrights of the day. The 8 great tragedies were given in great detail. 8 plays, each with a collection of murders, usually with one more particularly gruesome or grotesque than the others, presumably for use in publicity trailers. The publicity trailers helped draw people into the theater by being towed around town to display posters. There was something suspiciously familiar about some of those murders.
Alright, so we've got the serial killer happening. They need 8 people killed. We've got a play that's about 8 people being killed. We've got Maxie the dog. Hello, Maxie. How you going, buddy? How you going? Oh, Maxie. Oh, good boy. Oh, hello. Oh, sorry. Just gonna pat the dog for a bit. This is Maxie, by the way. Hello, Maxie. How you going? It's my coffee. What's going on? What's up? Oh, thanks. that's a big old son of a view. It's alright, Max. It's a huge cat. Hello, Big D. Yes. What's up, Max? He's a big boy. So unfortunately, I've only got one bed in this room. Hang on a sec. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna see if I can put a bed in here. Go on. There's another bed here just in case. Yep, that was Maxi. Gotta mute them away screens. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. I figured I wasn't saying anything bad. It's just me saying, come on Maxi, come over here. Unless you were upset because I was speaking over the music, I apologize for that. So I don't know why I can transfer into a wolf.
I was pretty
here.
sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my wolf senses here.
That's weird. Oh, okay. Here we go. Hey.
Where the center disappeared, there were some marks. I couldn't quite make them out, but they seemed to be a definite shape of some kind. I ran my finger around the marks casually. There was something about them that made you want to trace things on them, like a smiley face or a tic-tac-toe board. Well, something like that. Maybe something a little more sinister.
Let's have a look at my clues. Is it one of these signs? Like this one, maybe?
I traced the sign of the eel across the marks, exactly as I'd learned how to do in the Libraris Apocrypha. There was a faint click, and the next thing I knew, there was a passageway under the stage.
Whoa. This is cool.
The passageway led into a dark and ominous vault. The whole sepulchral temple seemed to be formed from curves and angles that would give geometry teachers nightmares.
So what have we got? We got an altar. Can I give it a sniff test?
It seemed like a good plan at the time. I'd transform into a wolf and see what my senses told me.
Yes,
but
that's
when the
fine.
dark magenta scent engulfed me, I was struck with a wave of sheer terror, and I ran howling from the temple. It was embarrassing having to sneak back down again naked to collect my clothes, and I decided not to try that again in a hurry.
Okay. Could have shown us that instead of just speaking.
The centerpiece to this disturbing chamber was a stone altar engraved with a map of the Circle Sea. It looked centuries old, the kind of altar that could tell a few tales if it could talk. I was glad it couldn't. The map of the Circle Sea seemed to...
Alright. Can we use this symbol again?
The sign of the eel didn't appear anywhere on the altar. The centerpiece to...
Okay.
It looked
I
was...
Okay.
In the past... In the past...
Yeah. Just wanna get rid of this. You sawed 2 logs in your stuffed. Well done. Well done. I've got 0 trees that need trimming or cutting. But nice work.
Using the map, I worked out where each of the 8 great tragedies had taken place. They made an octagram around the edge, just like the counterweight killings did in Ankh-Morpork. I could match each of the tragedies to one of the murders, and the positions corresponded precisely. I knew that someone was going to get dragged to death from the Wizard's Pleasance, and that some unlucky fellow was going to get eaten in Dagon Street.
Nice. So we've got some new locations, I think. Do we have anything else? Any other clues we can use? Chainsaws annihilate doom. They're heavy and need a lot of adjustments and filling. It's disappointing to learn, to be honest.
I had a suspicion that the altar had... I suspected the sepulchral temple was dedicated to the laddering horror.
The laddering horror. I suppose we have to look at the map. This actor is just completely hasn't noticed this new passageway. Oh, it's here in the shades. Alright, so we've got the map, and we've got some new locations, hopefully. And we can look up. Maybe this one?
The murders were marking out a perfect octagram, just like the one that had been used to free Nylanethotep from sunken Leshp centuries ago. If I was right, there would be 2 more murders, one in Dagon Street and one in the Wizard's Pleasance. If I knew which one was next, I could stake it out. In the center of the octagram was the Disc Theater, which almost certainly meant some kind of cosmic evil was entombed there.
Ooh.
How did I know if Ilse...
Yeah. Dagon Street's there. Do we have a new... There was 2, weren't there? The Wizard's Pleasance. Let's try this one. So Cameron, when you were using your chainsaw, did you have like the Doom music going on in the background? Oh yes. Nice. Yeah, did you just hum along to the Doom theme song? Or one of the episode 1 mission 1 theme songs?
The moon over Dagon Street lit the rundown alley. It didn't look like anyone was around. It was as abandoned as the Octarine parrot on open stage night.
I'll be back in a sec. Oh no, she's okay. Oh, poor baby. Hang on, I'll just go check on her. Again. Alright, listening to me. Oh, it's true. Yeah, you had your headphones on. Sorry. Cutting firewood in a forest. That's an aesthetic. Sorry, I just took the opportunity to have a bathroom break.
One of the shops in the street was called the Three Jolly Luck Takeaway Fish Bar. I remembered that name from somewhere. Something to do with Mr. Hahn. I remember he went missing somehow.
So maybe this one's already happened.
The abandoned fish bar was boarded up tight. I didn't like to transform in the streets. You never knew who was watching.
Alright, fine. Can we break in? Yes, we can. So I'm guessing this murder has already happened.
The fish bar was littered with assorted debris.
Can I... Pots.
The fish bar was full of cooking pots. Only to be expected, I guess. I don't know what the last thing cooked here was, but it seemed to have been prepared recently.
Interesting.
Amongst the debris, I found a bone that seemed a little out of place. The bone seemed out of place somehow. I wasn't sure why. I knew there was something familiar about the bone.
Debris,
It
nightbreed?
was a human
Boo.
femur. Just like in Titus Diplodocus, someone had been dismembered and eaten. That meant there was only the wizard's pleasance to go, and the octagram would be complete.
Debris, defender of the nightbreed. So there wasn't much to go on here. Here's the other one then.
The wizard's pleasance was a small, newt-haunted meadow in a horseshoe bend in the Ankh, inside the grounds of the unseen university, separated from it but connected to the university gardens by the Bridge of Sighs. On summer evenings, if the wind is blowing towards the river, it is a nice area for a stroll.
Dog. Dogs. Alright. What have we got here? There's a bridge that we can't interact with. With a wall, and I've got some bushes. Can we pet the dog?
I wasn't an expert on dogs, but I thought that this black, thoroughbred dog was a Klachian hound, also known as the Kelef Klachani. Small, proud, and ruthless, the Kelef Klachani were prized by dog breeders throughout the Circle Sea. What this one was doing out on the streets was anyone's guess. I thought about petting the dog, but there was something about the way he looked that made me think twice, maybe even 3 times about it.
At least the game thought about
The Pleasance was cut off from the city by a tall exterior wall. I couldn't easily scale the wall.
What if I was a wolf?
I didn't want to try.
Alright, fine. Seems to be the only other interactable thing in this area. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay.
The Pleasance was full of dense bushes. I didn't know how long I'd have to wait until something happened, but it turned out to be less than I thought. I'd suspected I'd been being followed, and I wasn't surprised to find that Al Kali was skulking around behind me. Gods alone knows how he got into the university. But if I could do it, I guess anyone could.
Hello, Al. Wait a minute. Dead. Whoa.
It was over in seconds.
Guessing that dog was the serial killer, maybe.
I was about to follow the killer's trail when I saw a familiar face.
Hello.
Why did you carry on with the case, Luton?
Too many people told me to stop.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. I like you, Luton. It didn't have to be this way.
So you're behind this, are you?
I'm just a servant. My master, Anu, is behind this.
That beast is Mooncalf's god?
Mooncalf didn't start this cult. I did. When the last human worshippers of Anu had passed on, leaving only an empty temple in their wake, the cult lived on among the lycanthropes. My late husband got me involved, and I came back to Ankh-Morpork to arrange everything.
Came back?
I thought you'd realize, Luton. I'm Therma.
It figures. You killed Malachite, didn't you?
I didn't kill any of them. My master did that. We just arranged everything for him. He's stronger when we gather together and pray.
You were in the Temple of Small Gods each time there was a murder.
It was a perfect alibi.
Why was Malachite looking for you?
I'm his sister.
His sister?
What?
Hands up who can spot the big problem here.
I was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Karst. They named me Therma. And Malachite and I grew up together.
What happened?
It's a tough life when you're a poor troll. And tougher still when you weren't born a troll. I used to sit at the table eating bread, while the rest of the family was chewing cold sandwiches. That kind of thing leaves its mark on a girl.
My heart bleeds for you.
Malachite and I broke into the von Uberwald mansion and made off with some of the Count's valuables, including that pendant you've been carrying around.
And that jeweled box in the carriage that presumably held the asp that poisoned Reagan.
That's right.
How did you and Malachite get separated?
He got caught, but he didn't tell the watch about me. I thought I'd seen the last of him. I sold most of what I got, and I was living off it comfortably. But I'd seen that painting in the hallway, and it got me thinking.
The painting that looks like you?
Exactly. I reinvented myself as a debutante, and I seduced Ulrich and married into high society. I went back to Uberwald with him, changed my name to Carlotta, and my life as a troll was forgotten. Therma was dead. Long live Carlotta von Uberwald.
Did you know Ulrich was a werewolf?
Not until the honeymoon. That was a surprise, I can tell you. Not entirely an unpleasant one, I have to say.
How did you get involved in this cult business?
Before he died, Ulrich inducted me into the worship of Anu, and it became my mission to engineer his return to power. I recruited followers and we prayed to him, gradually awakening his consciousness. He'd been stuck in the form of a small dog on the streets of Al-Khali for decades, not even remembering who he was. As our numbers grew, Anu's power grew, and eventually he was able to slip aboard a ship and steal his way here to Ankh-Morpork.
The Milka.
That's right. The Milka also stopped off at Sort, where it picked up Mundi. He was supposed to be bringing us the Sortese falchion, having stolen it from a dig at Sorta. The archaeologists didn't even know it was there. Unfortunately, what we hadn't counted on was that Mundi was a man with few scruples and even less brains to go with it. Either he approached Horst, or Horst approached him. One way or another, he arranged to sell the sword to that devious troll.
Only he didn't have the sword, did he? He'd concealed it in one of the crates in the cargo hold.
We didn't know that. We just knew that Mundi had gone to ground. That's why I hired you to find him.
And when I did, your cult killed him. Only you'd expected the sword to be with him. And by the time he was dead, it was too late to ask him where he'd put it.
We couldn't believe our luck when you found the sword for us after Mundi's death. I'm sorry that my master had to stab you to get it.
Did you know I was going to get killed? Was that why you made me into a werewolf?
I suspected that things would get a little rough for you, and I believed you were too valuable an asset to waste.
I'm flattered. And the counterweight killings were your cult attempting to summon Nyarlathotep by mimicking the way he was summoned before. I don't get it.
With the falchion, my master can defeat the lathering horror again, and he will grow in power.
ascending to the ranks of the most powerful gods, where he belongs.
That's all very well, but a lot of people died for that dream. You can't just go around killing people whenever the notion strikes you. It's not polite.
What are the lives of a few people against the prize?
Reagan knew, didn't he? Or at least suspected.
I don't know what he actually knew, but he suspected a lot. He'd been blackmailing me for weeks. He had to go.
Why are you telling me all this?
It's customary for the villain to explain his evil schemes when the hero is captured.
I'm no hero, and you're no villain either. We're just people.
You know it's not too late, Luton. Join us.
Join your cult. What happens if I refuse?
There's no point in refusing. It's already too late to stop the summoning of Nylonathotep. Al-Khali was the 8th murder. Even now, the other cultists are gathering at the focal point for the invocation.
That would be the temple under the Disc Theater, I take it.
You're good. I'll give you that. Let's go, or we'll miss the pre-summoning.
What if I try to stop you?
Like I said, it's already too late for that. Join us, Luton. You know it's the only choice.
I could kill you and make a run for it.
You wouldn't hurt me, would you, Luton? After all we've been through.
You arranged the murder of your own brother, and you'd have me killed too if I got in the way.
So what? In this world, you get one chance at happiness.
You may be right. All right. I'll go along with this for now. But I'm not making any promises for the future.
That's good enough for me.
Carlotta told me she would have to bind me in case I got any foolish ideas, and then she escorted me into the depths of the temple. It looked like the whole crowd was there. As well as Carlotta, I recognized Mooncalf and Warb, the wizard from Saturnalia. 8 of them in all. 1 for each person on the list. But my attention was drawn to the hulking mass of Anu Anu, and the golden sword that he was wielding like it was a toothpick.
It begins.
Take your places, people. Everyone remember your lines.
Nylonathotep, who summoned thee? In accordance with the ancient pacts, we have made 8 sacrifices in the manner prescribed. Come to us.
I was filled with an overwhelming sensation of dread. I guess summoning rituals have that effect on me.
It is here! Now I command you, by the power of the fashion, to bend to my will. Bend to my will, I command thee. I hold the fashion.
Fashion.
You will obey me.
I got the impression that that wasn't supposed to happen. The next thing I knew, the temple was coming apart at the seams, and rocks were falling everywhere.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what was wrong, but it seemed as if Anu Anu couldn't control the unspeakable force of cosmic horror that he had unleashed, and now it was loose in the city.
Sweet.
As if my day wasn't bad enough already.
Act 4.
After the rubble had settled, I pulled myself out from under it and had a look around. The temple seemed different somehow, and not just because the roof had caved in. Anu Anu was lying in a crumpled heap on the other side of the chamber, and Carlotta was tending to his wounds. The rest of the cult had made their getaway. Everyone but Warb, whose luck had taken a permanent turn for the worse.
Whoops. I think that's probably due for a save. So I wanna explore this area, but let me just I wanna exit first. Wow, there's a lot of dead people. I wanna see what the map looks like. Oh man, this is a spooky map. Alright, so what's happening here? MZZ has sent me a link. What is going on? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hang on. Thanks MZZ, I think. So that's my face pre-beard. So for a while I did have sideburns. So yeah, that's me. Ah, Lucas. Another one. Whoa, what's going on? What's going on indeed? Alright, let's hide that. So Sonneburns emote. Maybe that could be interesting. I don't know. I don't know about making emotes of myself. But yeah, that could be interesting. I've never tried that. Well, save the game. So I think this is a good spot to finish. It was only 4 hours this time, as opposed to the 6 for the last part. So yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. I think I might call it. I think it'd be weird having emotes for yourself and not knowing what people are going to do with them. That's a very good point. Because otherwise you end up being like whatever the Kappa meme is. I don't even know who this guy is. Is he a streamer? Is he a developer? But he's kind of a meme emote now. So I'm gonna see who's online. Just to find someone to raid, because I think it's been a good stream, and thanks everyone for watching. That last bit of that act was a bit intense, where we essentially summoned Cthulhu. Who have we got down here? Oh, okay. So the girl with the bow, she is still streaming. So let's give her a raid before she decides to go. Oh. You got it. It's been great. Thank you, some folks. Thanks for hanging out. Got to go for a bit. Thanks for the stream. No worries, MCZ. You're very welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Cameron's still cutting through a chain. Oh no. Hope you have a great Sunday. I will. And yeah. Stream it, Cameron. You've got your own Twitch stream now. This is what the people want. A good 45 minutes of Cam film. So MZizzy follows a Czech streamer, and all he does is tinker around in his shed on his bike and other things. So 45 minutes of Cam fiddling with chainsaw bits would probably up MZizzy's in her interests. I'm forgetting something. I should probably thank everyone for raiding. I got a few raids, and now Big D raided. Thank you, Big D, for the raid. And Rush Pirate 1, also thank you. And I think the raid's about to start. Anyway, thanks again everyone for watching. I'm going to go to the thanks for watching screen now. So see you later everyone. Thank you.